by the mic. All right, we're going to get started because it is after 9. We know that people are going to trickle in. That's okay. But I think it's important to get going. I want to thank you all for being here. It's wonderful. We're going to have about 30 people in person, and there's about 8 people virtually attending. So as you can tell, we're going to have a few more people coming. That's great. I am aware that a number of the people in attendance online, but also here, are students. And I'm going to be a pest and ask you to stand up because I'm just so curious which ones of you are the students who are here. Don't you love it when people do this? Yes. Students. Okay, welcome. So there may be a few more coming. I should introduce myself as well. I think you know me, but I'm Heather. I am the chair of the AASC board, and I especially wanted to welcome the students because the CPE program, the supervisor educators, actually made it a real priority to have this day align with their program, and I'm really grateful for that. As I was thinking about that, I was remembering that, believe it or not, 17 years ago, I attended my first AGM, and Margaret Clark, who is here, was my supervisor. Like, what a sweet memory that was. And full circle, here we are. Yes. So a couple of housekeeping items. Obviously, we're gathered here in the sanctuary for coffee and some snacks. We will be having lunch downstairs. So we did invite people to bring their own lunch. We just thought it was easier than trying to accommodate all these sensitivities and allergies and different things, and it kept our costs down. Also recognizing that not everybody was going to feel like making a lunch. And so James Lavoie kindly offered to take in a Subway order. It would be really helpful if he was here, but he's not here yet. But hopefully by the break, he's going to have a menu and a way to do that. And so we won't worry about that. We can get it delivered, but also Marge Charest, our treasurer, her husband is here in the city today, just working off-site, and he's willing to do a pickup for us too. So that's really wonderful. As we drink coffee and tea, the next question is going to be is where are the bathrooms? So the bathrooms are at the bottom of the stairs. As I understand it, there are no bathrooms on this level. We do have breaks built into our agenda, but you are all adults. If you need to go to the washroom, just get up and go. If you're feeling like, boy, I've been sitting too long, I just want to move, we've got lots of room for people to stand up and move around. Any other questions before we get started with the rest of our day? I wasn't using the mic, so maybe I should repeat myself. On the steps here are a few papers. If you want an agenda in front of you, there are some printed there. There is, instead of having reports virtually done by professional practice leads and the CASC board chair, we decided to have them printed this year. And so there is not a professional practice lead for Covenant Health at this time, so no report. So, but those are down there as well. And then later we're going to be voting on a new student rep role. Nancy kindly put something together and our board approved it, but of course we need it agreed on by our quorum here to have it added as an addendum to our bylaws. So that is also there. All right. At this point, I want to invite Susan, our chair-elect, to come forward and do our land acknowledgement.
Morning. That was very happy. So glad to have y'all here. All right. We begin by acknowledging that our work takes place on historical and contemporary Indigenous lands, referred to as Treaties 6, 7, and 8, and the homeland of the Métis Nation within Alberta, including 8 Métis settlements. We acknowledge that all people here are beneficiaries of peace and friendship treaties. We respect the treaties that were made on this land. We acknowledge the harms and mistakes of the past, and we dedicate ourselves to moving forward in partnership with Indigenous communities in a spirit of reconciliation and collaboration.
Thanks, Sue. At this point, I want to appoint our secretary for the day, who is Lynn Beddoes, who is our secretary for our board. Final day today. If she does a happy dance, you know why. I was just noticing, do you want me to move this little planter thing so we can see each other? Okay, all right, good. So thank you, Lynn, for agreeing to do this job as well. And I'd also like to appoint our parliamentarian, Nancy Cowton. Nancy has done this role for us for many years, and I personally want to thank her. She has been such an available resource to me as I was putting things together, and I'd be like, is this how this works? Is this how this works? And she was a great resource, so thank you for that. So now we're going to move to adopting the agenda. So I'm going to be looking for other people to make motions, because as chair, I may not make motions. So at this point, I'm looking for someone to make a motion to adopt the agenda for this 2024 AGM and Association Day. To say something out loud, then Lynn will look to you and just say your name. All right, seconder. Thank you. Any questions or additions to the agenda? All in favor? Excellent, thank you. Acceptance of the minutes of the AGM for 2023. Those were in that packet on that Google Drive that we put together. So a motion to accept the minutes from the 2023 agenda. Beth? A seconder? Thank you. Any questions, discussion items? Nancy?
So I have a couple things.
Sure.
I just have to find them.
Okay.
One of them is missing an I somewhere. I just don't know where.
Okay.
It's in red. I'm good. No, okay, that's the other one. So the other one is on item number 17, commissioning of new board. We've got board chair, Heather, and then also Karen Hansen. So were there two board chairs? So should Karen be taken out of there?
Right.
It's a text box. Okay,
Good eye.
that's one. The other one is just a spelling thing. And if I can ever find a little I in red. But if, I can't find it. Well, I don't know where it is.
But if you find it, you can let Lynn know.
I'll let Lynn know if
Okay.
that's okay with everybody.
For sure. Any other comments, questions, clarifications? Okay, then we'll take it to a vote. All in favor? All right. Thank you. Any against or abstains? All right. Very good. And this is, just so you know who's walking in, it's Simon Lasserre. He's our guest from Cask. You know, you didn't think you could sneak right in, did you? Anyways, lovely to have him. I'll introduce Simon more later, but he's from Cask. He's one of our guests this afternoon, and he's joining us for the day. So any business arising from the previous minutes, as far as I could see, there wasn't, but I'm happy to be told I'm wrong. Yeah, Darlene.
I'm not sure if my revised report got out.
Yes.
Because in the first report, I didn't have the numbers for the fun run, how much was raised for the fun run.
Okay.
So after the AGM, the Cask AGM, those numbers were released.
Oh, I see. Okay. The updated report was supposed to be on the Google Drive. I have to admit, I did not get to it. Yes, it was? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
Maybe repeat what's being said on the forum.
Thank you. Good reminder. Yes. Darlene was just asking if the updated report she sent in was put on the Google Drive, and it was. Okay, so if there are no additional items.
Sorry, there is a question from somebody.
Oh, thank you. Yes?
Darlene Edwards is asking, or if she can submit a question, and she states from the CE, from the SE report last year, it says that there were no Edmonton CPE units for 2023-24, but there were 4 students.
Right, so that might be the not updated report she's reading. So Darlene Edwards was clarifying the numbers for students, and this is what Darlene was addressing, is that there's an updated report clarifying the numbers.
Actually, it's two different reports. That report also I questioned
Okay,
and was told that there is a revised one for that as well.
okay, so Darlene's saying there is a revised one. There's two reports, but one does have the revised numbers for students. Okay. All right, yeah, thank you for tracking questions. For those people who are virtual, yes, you can, are they emailing you then? Texting? Okay. Yeah, we can certainly, so people who are virtual, I'm going to read out Lynn's text number, cell number, for the purposes of today. Thank you, that's very generous of you. 780 203 9366. I'm going to repeat it. 780 203 9366. All right, thank you. That's great. That's a great way for people to be able to bring out questions. We are going to move on to our regional reports. All the reports were circulated, as we've just been discussing. So is there a motion from the floor to accept the board reports as circulated by email? They were started circulating on August 28th. There have been some adjustments, but they're all on that Google Drive link that was sent. So is there a motion from the floor to accept? Christine? Yeah. I'm just letting Lynn catch up because she's texting. Yeah. And that can be madness when you're trying to do minutes and it's bubbling past you. Okay, is there a seconder from the floor? Christine Enfield motioned, Darlene seconded. So we've already had some questions and discussion. Are there any further questions or discussion related to the board reports? I definitely noticed a theme in the reports, which was, I don't know, I thought, well, at least we're all on the same page. At least we've all been paying attention. Yeah. Okay, if there is nothing more from the floor, then let's vote. All in favor of accepting the reports? Anybody against? Any abstains? All right, thank you. As you notice, some of these parts of the agenda, they move delightfully quickly, and we make enough room in the agenda in case there's a lot of questions. If there's not, lucky us, we get longer breaks and we get to hang out and socialize and eat really good food. That I have to thank Marge Charest, our treasurer. She did the big Costco run and spoiling us today. So thank you for doing that. Really, really wonderful. Yeah.
You don't want to take anything home.
Although I would take, I'll give you a little hint. There might be cheesecake this afternoon, and I might be willing to take some home. So, all right. So again, I mentioned often we have greetings in person or virtually from some key parts of our association. We didn't choose to do that this year, so we do have some printed reports from Zinnia Pritchard from Professional Practice Lead from Alberta Health Services, Lynn Granke, who is, well, at the time I asked her, she was the board chair of CASC, and given there's been a bit of fluctuation, the AGM for CASC was supposed to happen in June. It got deferred to September, so I shamelessly just asked Lynn anyways, and she graciously found time to do that. So those are printed there. I have about 15 copies that please feel free to pick up and read. They both really put the effort in. In fact, Zinnia, I was given a hint that Zinnia was going on a very long vacation, and so I emailed her, and she did say, I'll get it done, but it'll be last minute. And it was 11:30 on the Friday night that she sent it to me, so I thought, oh, that's a commitment. So kudos to her for doing that. And again, there is no professional practice lead for Covenant Health at this time, so we just left that well enough alone. Moving on to financial statements, I'm going to first, Marge will be available to answer questions, but I first would like a motion They were added onto that Google Drive. I believe Marge has put some copies down here of the budget and the financial statements. But let's start with a motion to accept the 2023 financial statements. All right. See, eventually everybody will have their name on the minutes. And Margaret will second. Thank you, Margaret. All right. So hopefully you've had time to see them. If you have questions, clarification, points of discussion, this is the time to bring them forward. And I invite that from the floor. Sure.
Brad is asking if online if they vote remotely as well, or if it's just us who votes.
Darn, that's a really good question. My bad. Yes. Good question, because James, I know, has set this up for the election. I did not make accommodations for that. And so we've just blissfully gone through, I don't know how many votes. But I think it's appropriate if people want to text you. So people virtually, apologies for not setting that up. Tracy, do you have any input on that?
I agree that connecting these dots at this point is a good time. With those dot connections, I'm aware that I'm out of order. I'm the parliamentarian. Do we have a sign-in sheet of all the members who are here currently to affirm quorum?
Okay, yes.
Is that sheet been made available
Um,
for us to sign?
We can do that. I do have, sorry, people virtually, I haven't been following you up. So Lynn asked a question about can people who are virtual vote, and I have apologized for not making that possible, but we're going to work on that right now. And you can text Lynn with your reply. Again, apologies, should have thought of that. Tracy is bringing up the point about we need to have a sign-in sheet. I do have a registration sheet that I have from CASC National about who is registered. So maybe, I'm sure we do have quorum because we need 20 people. I'm very confident we have 20 people. Maybe, yeah, this list is getting passed around, so if you could sign that, then, you know, we'll back it up. If I could invite the people at the back, please move forward. We're trying to keep our group cozy here. This feels like church, you know. The teenagers are in the back, right, Simon? Brent. Pardon me? Yeah.
Students should sign on a separate, because they have to vote separately for certain positions.
Okay.
Just not trying to distinguish that, we're all, but.
Or put maybe an asterisk beside their name. Would that work? Yeah. Just to note that you're a student? Okay. Okay. So for students, if you could please put an asterisk by your name when you sign in, then we can keep track. Big X, big S for student, you know, we'll figure it out. Yeah. Okay. All right, welcome. There's a bunch of new people, welcome. And at break, maybe we can ask you to put on a name tag and then we can get to know each other a bit more. All right, we're gonna keep moving forward. We have just had a motion and a seconder for the financial statements. The request was for virtual people to also be able to vote, so we're gonna pay attention to that. Any questions, discussion about the financial statements? Here's another question. Were you able to see them? Did you look at them on the Google Drive? Did that work? Okay, I'm seeing some nods. That's a good sign. Yeah, it's a pretty simple budget, which is a good thing. It's not too complicated on our side. Okay, and nothing coming through on the text, Lynn?
No, there is a request though that if anybody on the floor is speaking, that you also
Right.
tell everybody what they're saying, because they can only hear you.
Right, yes, I've been trying, but if I forget, anybody just remind me to repeat it, please. Yes. So at this point, I haven't heard any questions, anything from the floor, so I think we can then call for a vote. So all in favor of accepting the 2023 financial statements, please raise your hand. Okay, and Lynn, do you need a minute to catch any of the text, or you're good?
Yes, do you want me to capture the text about signing in and making sure we have quorum?
Yeah, if that works. I know you're multitasking, so Lynn was asking, do we want to capture the names from the text for the virtual attendees? Sure, yeah. Darlene? Yes? My understanding, the question is, can students vote? My understanding is that students can vote because they are members. Yeah, yep, thank you. Good clarification. Yes, Brent?
Where they distinctly vote for is only for their own student rep.
Okay, so the only thing the students distinctly vote for is the student rep role. Okay. Otherwise, you're welcome to everything. Good, thank you for asking that question. All right, our next motion is to accept the 2024-2025 budget. Is there a motion from the floor for that? Karen, thank you. Seconder? Brent? All right, so this is a time for questions, discussion about the budget. Sure, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so with the budget we presented through the whole board, so just a little bit of highlights on that is that the revenue of $1,170 from the association day, that would be actually from our previous association day because the money came in after. Most people paid on that day. And so the revenue for this AGM we haven't received. So all your fees will show up in the 24-25 year because CASC, as you guys have been aware, they are the ones that collected our fees. And so that doesn't, our year end, for those that don't know, is August 31st. So, and the AGM always happens about a month later. So it kind of throws some of those things off. And then the other thing that comes up in our revenue is the CASC transfer. So every year CASC sends each province a amount of money based on our members. So last year our number was $24.98, and we've already received mid-September the money from CASC for the 24-25 year, and that was $26.95. So, and the bank interest fluctuates, so that's our on that. Does anybody have any questions on that? Last year's CASC transfer was $24.98, $2,498, and then this year was $2,695. Yeah, so we just received that 10 days ago. Yeah. Yep. That transfer money is used to help us cover things like this AGM. So good question. So we try and keep the costs of our AGM quite low, and so we pay for our speakers, we pay for the venue, and this year we've definitely cut down our costs because we have changed from going to the Westerner, which was quite expensive to hear. So, but our monies that we receive from the registration does not cover all the costs for. And then we have a really nice savings account. So, so we have a savings account right now, and that is there for should we need something. So, okay. So getting to that, onto that. So then our expenses. Last year's association day, for example, was $3,728. That was because it was at Westerner. We've definitely brought that down by being here and not catering. I think our catering costs last year, Karen, you can remind me, they were like $3,800 just for the catering costs. And that back there is like $300. So, you know, like back there in your afternoon. So it's just going to be a very different thing for us. So our budget for this next year is, you know, maybe office fees of $100. That's like stamps or whatever, but we didn't really have to spend much this last year in office fees. There's a special purpose fee that shows up on our budget, and that is for ACTA. So our students should all be aware of what ACTA is, I think by now. So ACTA charges us as AASC for people who have not paid to be ACTA yet. So they charge us as per person who are CASC members who have not yet signed. So they give us amount. And so last year was $363.75. That's what we paid, which originally was going to be a lot more. And we kind of were able to bring it down. They wanted $1,500 or something, and then we ended up bringing it down. So for those of you just on that little thread, for those of you who aren't yet ACTA members, I encourage you to pursue that route. And then there's another expense that we had this last year that we have not put in the budget for next year, but that was that we donated to CASC $1,000 for the CASC conference. So CASC had asked all the provinces to consider donating, and we, as an AASC board, had said yes, we can help support that, and we had donated $1,000. So from the monies, going back to Jonathan's question, from the monies that we receive from CASC, we try and budget and do those things with that. So the balance in our checking account as of this last financial statement was $9,672.52. And the balance in our savings account was $16,733.79. So the total was $26,406.31. So we do have a nice, for whoever's going to take my job, because I'm transitioning out. And so whoever takes that, they can know that there's a lot of people prior to me who have done a very good job of managing our finances. So. Any other questions? Any questions from the virtual people? Okay.
It's a whole new experience as you're watching the dots going, how much is he writing? No. How bad is this? No. Yeah, no, we are in a very good financial position, which is encouraging for sure. Okay. Any further questions? We'll wait for Brad. As an update, while we're waiting for that text to come through, that's what I was doing. I was going to the back because I didn't have my phone with me because I silenced it and I thought, whatever. But then I realized James isn't here yet, our nominations chair, which is coming up pretty soon. So I looked and there was a text from him. Anybody from Edmonton will understand this. I would have been there sooner, but there was an accident on the White Mud. Well, yeah, welcome to every morning in Edmonton. So he will get here when he gets here. We will carry on. Yes. Anything come through there, Brent, that we need to pay attention to? No. Okay. All right, then I think that's it for questions. We're going to bring it to a vote, and the vote is to accept the 2024 budget as presented by Marge. All in favor? What did I say? 24 to 25. Okay. Phew, I didn't go back in time. Motion to accept, for a vote to accept the 24 to 25 budget. Is this a question, or you're so eager to vote? Okay. Okay, all in favor? Any votes against or anyone abstaining? All right, thank you. One vote yes virtually. Okay, thanks. Next on our agenda, number 11, is something new to me this year, and I think new to many of us, but this is something that was brought forward as something that's important to do in terms of Robert's Rules of Order, but just covering over the work of the board of the past year. And so the motion is to have the membership ratify all the board's decision for the previous year. So it feels to me like a blanket covering, and that is really what the idea is. So somebody to make that motion. Tracy? Okay. Yes, please come forward, yeah. Tracy is the one that brought this idea forward to the board, which this is what shows you the richness of a board. We all come from these different experiences and perspectives, and I love it.
Thank you.
Yes.
This is a legal motion. That's the simplicity of it. It's a legal motion that says, as the membership, you are fully informed and agree with the actions of your elected board for the time period that we've been in place. So that's what this means.
It's a step of faith because...
It can be a step of faith. I'm also aware of being on this board a couple of times, and as you, probably involved in different ways in different boards. Memberships are invited to read reports, to ask questions of their board, who are made available to them, to have a voice, should there be a disagreement or a question or a new idea. And so this little motion, which I'm going to read for Lynn, really just says that you agree. And so if there's a fur fight in 6 months, it doesn't matter. Right? Okay, so this is why I'm standing here going, do you understand what you're voting for? Yeah? Good, because I really like it when this motion passes. Not that I think in any way that we have done something that is illegal, immoral, or fattening, and would jeopardize the work of AASC and the professionalism to which you entrust in the board. However, you may have deduced from my clear description of this that I've been caught on this, and with legal advice have brought this to every board I've been a part of since. So, I move that this meeting ratify the actions of the AASC/ACSS board for the year September 29, 2023 to October 3, 2024. So the last period of time that you've made us responsible for your money, your direction, your actions. Yeah. Any questions? You got the sense of that motion, Lynn? Thank you. Excellent, Chair. Yeah.
So Lynn just read back what she typed down from what Tracy read. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Karen? No. Thank you. Any questions from the floor, virtually, about what Tracy has brought forward? Helen?
Yeah, I wonder if we can add to that, so the board, if they have conflict at any time, that they are able to vote down and revert to
I don't think it's part, it's the,
order, because we're talking past. We're not talking future.
so Helen was asking about making an addition about how the board might vote in the future, but Nancy clarified that this is a motion for the past year, not future. Margaret?
I just want to commend this initiative, because I don't think we're all aware of how much legal responsibility boards take on.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a number of associations and organizations that actually provide insurance for boards, because they become the target of these kind of, when there's a disagreement or there's problematics, they're the target for any legal action. So I just commend you that you brought that to this board, and that you're acting on it. Just thank you.
So Margaret Clark was just commending Tracy for bringing this forward, that these kind of legal motions really do provide coverage over the board for all the potential legal ramifications that might come across our path, but hopefully not. Yeah. Brent? Yeah.
But that's our work, right?
Right.
That's where, so it's important as a teacher, we're reading those and
Right.
engaging and feeling like if there's questions, bring questions forward.
Mm-hmm.
Those pieces, because that's our work and the minutes and
Right. So Brent was just highlighting that the reports that were on that Google Drive, that link was sent out numerous times, that those reports are often the record of what we have done. It's a summary of what each board member has done over the past year. They're not just bedtime reading to help you fall asleep. Yeah. Okay, that was my comment, not Brent's. Yes. Any other questions? It's a new thing, so we're going to be learning as we go, and maybe we'll modify as we learn more, but this is a really good starting point. Yeah. Okay, if there's nothing more from the floor or virtually, I would like to bring this to a vote. All in favor? Okay. Anybody against? Anybody abstaining? Thank you. James, you could not have walked in at a better time, because you'll never believe what's next. Why did you even sit down?
Can I give him a moment? Can we do a little door prize?
Oh.
And give him a moment to settle.
Okay, we'll give James a moment, because we got fun things to do. Because Tracy's not just really good and smart on all these legal things and points of order, but Tracy's also a bit of a party animal. I went to CASC with her this past year, and you know, she's a whole lot of fun. So when we were trying to, come up with this day and what could we do, because it gets all heavy and a little dry, what could we do to lighten it up? And so we assigned Tracy to be our party planner, our playground girl. So I'm going to let her introduce what she's got in store for us today.
Heather, you're so kind. I think it was really, I was getting bogged down in the planning of this, and it was just felt very heavy. And part of my self-care and part of my personality is I gotta laugh, I gotta have fun. And that's an important way that I live. And so I said, look, we gotta lighten this up a bit. we gotta lighten it up. And Heather said, fine, you can be in charge of recess. I went right on. So truth be told, I think I went home that night and said to my husband, oh, I'm in charge of recess. And he just kind of looked at me like, what is it that you people do over there? So a little bit about recess. I have some Duplo that I'm not really sure what we're going to do, but I'm encouraging some creative tactile work. So I don't know, if it shows up and you happen to make something out of it, great. I'm still kind of forming out what we're going to do with that. My sense was that I thought maybe we'd have tables, and so I would, as you gathered at the tables, we would do some things with that. But if the Duplo comes out, dig in. All I ask is it comes back, please, because I really want it at my house, just in case there are little people that spring out in my life. Just saying, okay? They're coming. Well, I don't know. I got no control whether they're coming or not, Dean. I just can live in a world of hope. Okay, but we do have some things. You can tell I'm stalling a little bit for James. Is I just have some fun little questions and a few little gift cards here that you can choose. And we're going to do this out through the day. What I have done is put a glass jar at the table at the back where you're going to get your name tag, making sure you have your name tag. Please write your name on there. If you choose, we have a bit of a larger, grander prize for the end of the day, and you must be in attendance to receive the draw. So that is just a straight draw. So I leave that with you, and I'm negotiating with Heather what time at the end of the day that will be, but we'll work with that. So here's some questions. We're going to just do questions randomly through the day. This is the first question. And does it work for you? Who's wearing purple socks? No purple? People, we need some life and some color in our world. No purple? Oh, Heather, this is going to be hard. Okay. Well, you're not going to get a prize. Heather didn't wear any socks, so she doesn't get a prize. Gosh, you need socks. Anyhow, okay, no purple. What about orange? I'm feeling a little orange. It's kind of a bit of an orange week. Anybody got a speck of orange? In the sock. The sock. We're talking socks. Do you have a speck? Oh, can we have a verification, please? Verification on the orange. Woohoo! Okay. Fabulous. Because I was going to start to run out of colors. So please, you can come and choose which little gift card you'd like. Thank you, Mark, for having a little touch of color in your life. Beautiful. Thank you.
For a minute there, I thought she was going to ask us about underwear, so I'm glad it stayed with socks, because we didn't want the to do the evidence. We have to loosen you up a bit. Tracy said maybe this afternoon. Beware. Oh, my goodness. Okay, James, I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you feel ready? I believe James also handed out some papers, so I'm going to give you the floor.
Thanks, Heather. It's been my privilege to serve as nominations chair for AASC for the past year, and I've had the joy of getting to know chaplains and spiritual health practitioners across the province, and that's been a wonderful privilege. You have in your hands, and if you're online, the link is in the chat. You have in your hands the report of the nominating committee, the nominations office, the proposed slate of candidates for our board for this coming year. So the people who are highlighted are currently standing for election. The people who are not highlighted still have time left in their term. Now, I do have a ballot for you all to complete. Oh, but before we get there, I should note, we are desperate for a treasurer. We've approached probably 15 people, and lots of discernment has taken place, and that discernment has been no so far. Marge Sherest has been our wonderful treasurer for 2 terms now, and she's eager to retire, but she's also eager to orient a new treasurer. And so I think she's committed to helping to make a relatively painless process. The role primarily is to keep an eye on our finances. We use online banking, and to primarily make recommendations to the board at our monthly meetings about expenditures. So I think Marge has said it's a fairly painless role, but it's one that requires an eye for detail. So if you are discerning an invitation to serve as a treasurer for some board, maybe AASC should be the board that you want to be treasurer for. So I just tried this QR code and I made a mistake. It goes to my church's community kitchen registration. Fortunately, I had the wherewithal to include the link at the bottom. So if you manually type in that link, it will take you to the ballot. Are there any questions? I invite you to now take a few moments to vote yes. Brent.
So if you tell people if they want to see what you just handed out, you can take a picture of it, but they need to send me a text that they want to see the document, because this is not available online.
It is. It's in the link in the chat.
You have to repeat whatever Brent says so they can hear it.
So my question is, did somebody, they say it's not in the chat, I can't find it. That's what I'm getting.
Yes. So
I'm an old school, I take a picture.
it's right here. Let me try it again.
So we're not voting till this afternoon. So we don't need to worry about, but
Thank you.
they want to see the slate, but we're not voting till this afternoon.
So this is the slate. We're voting this afternoon. I've just double sent the link here in the chat, so hopefully it is there.
And the so when you say you're sending it in the
to,
chat?
to the live stream.
Oh, to the live stream chat, okay.
And so the slate is on that link. Thanks, Brent. Go ahead. Are there any questions? Yes.
Daniel Hyde here. I notice I'm possibly up for re-election, but I'm finishing my final unit.
Yes, this is the CPE role.
Right.
Meaning I won't be a student in a month, so I will need to find a new place.
Okay.
Just say I don't want to be re-elected, and I don't think I'm eligible to be re-elected.
Yes, so we'll elect student reps this afternoon and we'll touch base and maybe we can identify a new Calgary zone. Perfect. Thank you, Daniel. Any other questions? Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, so you have the slate in front of you. Thank you, James. James and I share an office a couple days a week, so I can attest to how hard he has worked to fill this slate, and so thank you for that work, James. Very much appreciated. Again, I just want to reiterate, we are looking for a treasurer. It is really important we fill this role. We don't want to completely burn out Marge. And she's been wonderful, but she deserves a break. The only other role then, what I'm hearing is for Daniel saying that as the Calgary student rep, he will be vacating that role. So I think that's more of a conversation among students and CPE supervisor educators. And there is time to do that. Yeah, Tracy.
I have a question regarding students, Calgary and Edmonton. I don't know if this goes to non-business chair or whether this goes to educators. I am aware that Central Zone has 2 students. Where do they fall?
So Tracy's highlighting that the Central Zone has 2 students, and do they fall in North or South Zone? Brent, what's your answer?
So I think they fall in with the educator group that is primarily based out of Edmonton, but we're being very conscious of trying to speak both those terms, but it's just a change in how we function, but I think they're represented in the other 2 groups, and we're not trying to make more reps, but there's lots of contact, and there's lots of contact between both groups.
Okay.
The student reps might want to speak to how much they're connecting, but
Okay, so the Brent is saying that yes, we do have 2 students in the Central Zone. Central Zone tends to fall into the North Zone, even in many occurrences, actually. The North Zone in AHS is Red Deer North, but in this occurrence, even for CPE, they fall more into the Edmonton Zone. We're not trying to create a third student rep position, and so really it's the call is for recognition that it's not just Calgary and Edmonton. There is also a Red Deer Zone, and to make sure that we're connecting adequately with them within the CPE group and with whatever role the student has. Is that a fair summary, Brent? Okay, yeah, we have a student in the south, south of Calgary, which falls into that zone. That's a good example as well. Okay. James, did you have something to add?
In the hubbub of calling for a treasurer, I also want to draw your attention to 2 other vacancies. One is the nominations role. This is a pretty low stress role until it comes time for the AGM and needing to have a full slate. But the primary role of this in the past has been to identify candidates to serve on the AASC board for the subsequent year. There has been some conversation around the possibility of expanding that role to include a bit of like an AGM planning coordinator, but that has not been set in stone. And then also the psychospiritual therapy role. We have 2 certified psychospiritual therapists in Alberta. One is Nicole Ingram, who is leading ACTA, and so we don't have a candidate for for that role. it is a board mandated role, but that might be concluding its time as a board role.
Yeah, so Deborah Checkle has filled that role graciously for quite a while. She would like to step down from that, and of course we want to graciously do that. And Nicole is of course not going to take that on. Anybody who's aware of what's happening in ACTA knows she doesn't have the bandwidth for this. Helen.
I just want to say traditionally, that role was kind of occupied by anyone who has some kind of a PCE training.
Okay.
So I know there's more people around who does have PCE training.
So Helen's saying that traditionally, I don't know, traditionally, she's saying traditionally that role has also been filled by people who have PCE training, which has stood for Pastoral Counseling Education. Thank you. The E, wow, how obvious. And so the question is that still makes sense? We haven't had much PCE formal training for many years. I happen to know that because I was the last student through that.
Sorry, I just want to add that there is PCE training going on. People are going to the Toronto School of Theology, and a lot of people are doing it online right now.
Okay, so Helen is saying a lot of that's happening online and through Toronto. Didn't know that.
And so are they members?
That's a good question. Nancy's questioning whether they are members of AASC. That's a very important question. Yes. Yeah. So we're looking for nominations from the floor for that role. That can be a further conversation. If you have any nominations to bring forward, James is the person to talk to between now and mid-afternoon. So do that. Margaret, did you have something to add?
I think my comment would be more for this afternoon.
Okay. Deborah, do you have anything to add into the role that you filled, you know, in your capacity as psychospiritual therapy versus the idea of PCE? Is there anything that you would add to that?
I was just going to defer to Brent, so his hand's up.
Perfect. Brent.
It would just be good to double check the terms of reference in terms of
Yeah.
going on, that's been the practice, or I haven't looked at that particular role.
Yeah.
Before, what's detailed, but I would just like to.
Yeah, so Brent.
That's my question.
Yeah, Brent's reading my mind a little bit. I would like to look at some of the definitions to see, maybe it has been our practice, but whether it fits in the parameters laid out. I don't either. Yeah, good point. Nancy.
And so if you read this sheet, the question is, are they certified? And if they're not certified, are they working towards certification? So a nominee for any position, including this particular one that Deborah is currently holding, you have to be certified in that position or working towards certification. So it's not a matter of just having taken a PCE or PST unit.
Yeah.
It's a matter of being certified or working towards certification.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. So Nancy's highlighting that to be able to be nominated for the PST role, psychospiritual therapy role, you need to either be certified in that role or working towards certification. So having a unit, like myself, I had one unit, that doesn't make me qualified for this particular capacity. Deborah.
One thing I think that will be important moving forward is as ACTA works towards their certification, moving into the college certification of certain programs, that both Brent and Simon are working towards the curriculum that will be kind of like this. And so it would be helpful if Lee Anders and Derek Lee, who are the ACTA reps, had a third person that they might be able to ask to do certain things as far as what's in our province compared to the college curriculum and what CAS is getting ready. It would be very helpful.
Okay, I'm going to try summarize that. Sorry. Deborah was bringing up the idea that we do have two ACTA reps, And the idea of having a third person who would also represent this particular PST role might be an asset as a voice to have with ACTA and with the board. Is that a fair summary? Okay. All right. Yeah, and yeah, we'll have to consider that as we move forward. Yeah. Yeah. Great conversation. Anybody else? All right, so again, if you have any nominations or ideas for any of these vacant roles, please talk to James, and then we will get to that. So we are at our break time, which is probably just good. We are ahead of schedule, which is wonderful. I think my schedule says that we're taking a break at 10:25, but it was going to be a relatively short break, and then coming back at 10:35. Unless somebody disagrees with me, I think I'm going to modify that and say let's get back and really ready to get going again at 10:30. So probably start gathering again at 10:25. But I think it's the richness of the day of being in person is to, the collegiality, and I want to really afford a lot of time for that. So if you haven't had a name tag made for yourself, please do so at the back table. Has everybody signed in? Good point. If you haven't signed in for the day, please do so.
Put your name on your cups.
Oh, Marge has a great idea. If you're using one of the cups provided, using the same Sharpie that you use for your name tag, put your name on it, and then you can reuse it. A reminder, bathrooms are at the bottom of the stairs, male and female. At the bottom of those stairs, there's a family washroom, just in case these are, all filled up. Again, Marge has brought lots of refreshments, so enjoy those. And when we get back, Tracy, I believe, might have another door prize for us. Right, thank you, Marge. So James is here now, we're going to call him the Subway guy. If you would like to order something from Subway, James is going to be compiling all those orders, and he would like you to pay him by e-transfer, if at all possible, and then we'll get that order in time for lunch. All right, enjoy your break. Is what? Sorry, is what? Is sound guy still here? I believe so. Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, and yeah. I was thinking that too. Okay, thanks, Brent. Any feedback so far, Nan?
mostly getting the sound onto the online. Thank you.
Nice.
By yourself?
Yeah. Listen to some podcasts. Oh no, it would have been a tight squeeze. You had.
Oh, I would have.
Did you rent that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a car. I got there and he tried to upsell me to a truck. Like, I mean, I have a full-time job. I could have bought a truck too.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all good.
If I can invite you to go back to your seats, we're going to have another door prize before we have our guest speaker. Tracy, if I could invite you up to do another door prize. And I'm not responsible for her questions.
Maybe I should have had her double check the questions first. You know, it's always good to have somebody else to be culpable with. I do invite you back, and we're going to have a little fun and remind you as well, certainly the name tag and the sense around the nominations, as you're going to hear this all day, but then also that draw at the back as well. I'll try and mention that just sort of one more time before we close for the day. Okay, here's the next question. I know that we can do this on the first run. I know this. It has nothing to do with clothing, okay, just to assure you. Gosh, some people are, okay, need to spend a little more time in Europe, folks. Okay. Oh, it's good to be here. I can say that on multiple levels. Thank you for this, Grace. Okay, here's the question. Today is October 3rd. Okay, note to self, I've been off for a while. I wrote down 4. There we go. Today is the 3rd. I'm looking for who has the closest birthday on either side of today.
19.
Of October.
No, May.
Yeah. I happen to know Dean, and I know that I am his superior. No, I am his elder. There we go. Okay. Anybody have a birthday the last week to today? Oh, 22nd?
What do we have here?
29 of September? So, oh my gosh, I have to write this all down because I have to do math. Okay, so September 29th. 22nd, I'm getting back to you on the 22nd there, Simon. It was an important day in my world, too. So, okay, so the 29th of September. Do we have anybody October 7th or so, or earlier? Okay, so 29, count with me. Remember, we're doing this together. 29, 30, October 1, right? 2, 3. 5 days. So then, if today's the 3rd, I can count plus 5. I should get to 8. Got to get to 8. Okay. Nobody between now and the 8th of October. Correct? So, if all my math is right and all of you agree, we have a winner over here on September 29th. Yay! Okay, come and make a choice. Here you go.
Okay, one of the things Marge wanted me to remind you about is that there is a cooler at the back with an assortment of other drinks. I believe they're in cans, etc. So behind the coffee there is some juice and there's water bottles, but there are other things as well. So if you need to have something different than coffee, by some point of the day, that's where you find it. March, is Scott ready to go? Okay, we're working on getting the PowerPoint up, which is just the one thing we need to do. So, yes, because otherwise we can, if we're still waiting on the PowerPoint, is that it? Yes, Marge? Yeah. Okay. So we can wait for that. We can also shift something around if that's going to be a few minutes. Looks like it might be. Nancy, is it? Oh wait, there's Brent. Hello. Hi, Brent.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm just going to say we put a mic here in front, so when we are speaking from the floor, asking questions, we can come here or we can pass it around.
Okay.
So in the presentation?
Yes, I love it.
Hopefully, someone online can tell us, text Lynn, that they're hearing us okay, because it's really for people online to be able to hear what's going on.
Okay.
And the people in the front 2 rows just know it might pick up, so don't tell any secrets.
You could pivot it the other way so that when people are speaking, they're speaking to the people and it also won't pick up what they're saying.
We're going to keep them quiet.
It is a rowdy bunch, I gotta say, Bob. All right. If we're still waiting on the PowerPoint, Nancy, what I was going to ask you, is it okay if we switch up the order and maybe do the student rep role while we're waiting? Yes. Yes, okay. I think I'm going to do that unless, oh, see, that's what happens when you say you're going to switch it up and something comes up. We'll let you work on it. Okay, then we don't have the pressure, right, Scott? Okay, let's do that. We're going to switch it up. So in the order, we're going to go to the new business, which is a bylaw addendum. And if it's okay, I'm just going to give a little background. Partway through the year, Nancy Cullen, who is a student rep, brought up the idea of could there be some role clarification? And we as a board thought that was a brilliant idea. And so when you ask a question, you're voluntold. And so I said to Nancy, would you be willing to work on this? And she did. And she also worked with supervisor educators. And so I just, before we go to the motion, I just want to thank Nancy for that initiative and for doing that role. I think that's really wonderful because we do want to honor that role and make it clear. So to that further effect then, we want to add it to our bylaws because there isn't a specific job description, and our bylaws are likely to get a revamp in the not so distant future, but until then this is a way to honor that work. So I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to state the motion, or I'm going to ask Nancy out of honor to affirm that motion. So the motion is to accept the student rep role job description into our AASC bylaws as an addendum. And so,
I'll say so moved.
awesome. Is there anybody to second that? James, thank you. Oh, sure, I can repeat the motion. The motion to accept the student rep role job description into our AASC bylaws as an addendum. You're welcome. Lynn just asked it to be repeated so she could get it into the minutes. So we've had it seconded by James. I'm just going to open it up for conversation, discussion, questions. It was included in that Google Drive package. Nancy.
So my big question is, very simply, can this be added at the top of this form, be added addendum to the AASC bylaws, dated whatever date they are?
To the actual job description, can we add at the top?
Right at the top here.
So when, okay, addendum.
Addendum to the AASC bylaws dated, whatever date they're dated.
Okay.
And while I'm thinking of it, does anybody have a copy of those bylaws here?
I do on my computer.
At home?
No, my laptop here. Yeah,
Okay, let's just take a look at them if that's okay.
right.
Thanks.
Is that okay if you, Nancy's asking if we have a copy of the bylaws here. Do you need to see that now before we move ahead? No, that's a later thing. Okay, so, and Nancy also just asked that at the top of that sheet of the student role that we add addendum to the AASC bylaws and then the date. Is that correct? Okay. Of those, the date of those bylaws? Oh, the date, so, and they're 2016, I believe. Okay. Hence the likelihood of revamping those in the near future. Yes, it's on our radar. As an aside, there's just no point doing a whole bunch of work on that if we're not sure what's happening with ACTA and CAP. There's just no point doing all that work because it would be a lot of work. And it's not only because the font, I don't like it. Sorry, that's a joke between James and I. Anything else from the floor about that? Did you have a question? Okay. Nancy's just going to take a quick look on Lynn's laptop at the bylaws. While we're waiting for that, any other questions? Okay. This is why we have a parliamentarian to make us stay in line. Oh, okay, hey. Okay, this is like just a little commercial break. This is a little commercial break while we're waiting. Has nothing to do with the student rep role. But Mr. Subway, James, would like to know, like to let you know that if you still have an order for him, he would like to have that. So, and he's sitting over there. Yes, Karen. Pardon me, sorry. Oh, James' email to e-transfer. Ah, anybody else need that? Okay. James. James.Lavoy, Lavoy, at ahs.ca. Sorry, Scott, for the delay. Pardon me? Oh, Marge is wondering if it's okay to take a picture. And if not, I guess you do this. Okay, Nancy, anything to bring forward?
Can we amend the motion?
Sure. Yeah, might as well come to the mic, because
So can we amend the motion to read, this document will be an addendum to the clause 6.9.4.3 of the ASC bylaws dated September 2016. Sure. Addendum to the bylaws, addendum to clause 6.9.4.3 of the ASC bylaws dated September 2016.
thank you. Thank you. The details do matter. Anything else from the floor? Anything else virtually related to this motion? Okay, then I'm going to call it to a vote. Oh,
Nancy, do you concur with that?
Yes, I do.
And James, do you?
Yes.
Thank you. Now you can call the vote.
okay, I'm calling the vote. All in favor of this motion? Any against? Any abstains? Okay. Thank you for being flexible and for the pause in there. We're going to move on to our guest speaker. We have Scott Stewart. He is a social worker, registered social worker, currently working with Covenant Health, I believe, with over 20 years of frontline healthcare experience, including work in acute care, community health, long-term care, and complex care. And Scott is going to be speaking to us, and the title of his presentation is The Indelible Stain, Discussing Social Stigma, Prejudice, and Discrimination. And so please join me in welcoming Scott.
I usually don't need to be mic'd, but can everybody hear me? We're all good. Yes. Ironically, I was actually trained in ministry first before I went into social work, so I know how to hit the back of the room. So if I'm too loud, I'll just step away from the mic. Can we move on to the first slide, our dear person?
So we have people online as well.
Yes.
So they're hearing you
From that mic? Okay.
on the back of the room.
Cool. Wherever you are in virtual space, just let us know you're there. Okay. So today, I'm very pleased to share with you just some musings about social stigma, prejudice, and discrimination. So I'm, of course, presenting, if I'm going to be positional about this, I'm presenting as a social worker. I'm presenting as a person that's part of intersectional, marginalized communities. So I have a little bit of my own personal experience with social stigma, discrimination, and prejudice. I do have that lived experience as well. This presentation is mostly out of the work of Irving Goffman. And if you are familiar with Irving Goffman, he was a sociologist, a very popular sociologist. Didn't like to explain his methodologies a lot. He was very much a theorist. He had some interesting things to say about field work, but sociology is where social work lives. Social workers are just basically applied sociologists when it comes right down to it. So this is where a lot of the meat of the matter comes from. So when we talk about humanness, and I know that that's something that chaplains are extraordinarily interested in as well, is that we look at a combination of two fundamental forces, our own internal awareness of who we are, ourself, and the external influences and pressures of the social world. So we walk as individuals through this maze of complex relationships, both interrelationships and of course our relationships with the larger societal structures. And so of course that's where sociology lives, is that people are moving through a social world. So Irving Goffman talked about our sense of being. Our sense of being, a person can come from being drawn from a wide social unit. So of course, when you're first born, your social unit is your caregivers. And you learn primarily from your caregivers. Fundamentally, we learn about the social world from our caregivers, from that immediate circle. And then it broadens from there. And so we look at ourselves out of those various lenses that develop over time. And one of the lenses that we look through is personhood. And of course, personhood is a social construction. Society defines our place within it by ascribing certain attributes to us, right from a very early age. Now think about this. Have you ever heard of a gender reveal party? Have you ever had a gender reveal party? From that very moment, even before you are out of the womb, you have been ascribed certain attributes, certain roles, so a place in this world based on your gender. You're gendered right away. If you're a member of a racialized group, you're also racialized instantaneously from the moment that you are born. So right from the time that you are conceived all the way through, you are interacting with the social world, and the social world is defining what it means to be a person. So it's not just the characteristics that you actually possessed. We are ascribed characteristics based on what society thinks we possess. So we advance and project our understanding of our personhood into the social world by way of what we call the social self. So your social presenting self, the mask that we wear in the world, and the various masks that we wear in the world, is our social self, and those are often reflections of what we often think the world wants to see from us. It's that self-fulfilling prophecy of, well, the world thinks of me this way, therefore I'm going to project myself in this particular way. Does that make sense to everybody? So Goffman himself called this virtual identity. It's not the identity that is within yourself, it's what's being lived in that social space. Then we talk about selfhood versus personhood, and selfhood is more complex because it's a unique interaction of how we see ourselves as unique actors in the social world, by which we understand ourselves, of course, as socially acquired. We are social beings. Just think about it. No one is an island unto themselves. The most basic premise of being a human being comes right down to language. Language is not something that you are born with. You acquire language from the social world. It has to come from without. It doesn't come from within. We're not like birds where you're born with a song. You have to learn to communicate, and you're taught how to do that from the world around you. We have the capacity for language, but we're not born with language, okay? Babies around the world do something called paralanguage, and they babble. So mama, dada, la la, those types of things. And we ascribe meaning to those babblings. And then from that place, babies hear people talking, and we are hardwired to respond to the social world. So how you perceive yourself is very socially driven. How you project yourself into the world, again, is very socially predicated. But this is your true self, how you see yourself in combination with your own understanding, how the world sees you. That comes to an idea of true self, and Goffman called this actual identity. So not what you're putting out there for people to see, because that can vary. The person you are at home in your personal relationships may be very different than the person you have at work. They may be very incongruent, as we would say. And that when you put on a different hat, like when you're walking into a store and you are a customer, that's a role, a social role, you act in a certain way. But you may not act like that when you are a patient in a hospital. You may act completely different. Oh my gosh, what people do when they are stressed and they're sick and they are tired of the world, you walk into the room and all of a sudden you get an interesting experience with a person. But you'd come in and their family members say, that is not like them, they've never been like that. We apologize profusely. Or some individuals, based on various factors, they may be complete hellions in the social world, but they come into a place where there's a white coat and someone is providing them with care, and they are sheep. And they will do anything that you say, and that in and of itself can be problematic when people just follow along. And we see that also within our practices as social workers and as chaplains. Next slide, if I could. So Alex Fredrickson made this very important quote: "Once you are marked, a mark stays with you, visible to all, understood by most, and feared by many." And that's an important thing to understand when we talk about stigma. If I could go to the next slide, please, that'd be great. I do so, please. Thank you so much. Oh, there we go. So one of the most basic cognitive processes that we possess as human beings is our ability to determine sameness and difference. We know what is the same, and we know when things are different. We play this game all the time. Like you see those comics where pick out what's different between these two panes. Like the one pane, and then find what's different in the next pane. We're really good at that, like finding Waldo. Waldo. But it's part of what we are biologically programmed to do, what most animals are programmed to do. And this process happens automatically. And in many ways, it happens below consciousness. So for the most part, we're getting millions of pieces of data thrown at us. Our brain screens it, and then we get whatever our cognitive impression is of what's going on around us. But we're screening based on what is the same, what we've known before, and what's different, what's novel in the space. And this comes down to an important part of cognitive processing, is that we look from perception, leads to differentiation, which then progresses to categorization, and then to attribution. So we perceive things, we then realize, and we start trying to see, is it different than what we know, or is it the same of what we know, and anywhere in between? Then we take that information and we put it into a category, you put it into a box, because the brain likes putting things into boxes. And once it's put into a box, that box has all this list of attributions on it. So imagine your mind like an attic, and you've got all these boxes, and you just keep putting things into different boxes, and you've labeled the box as to what goes into that particular box. Unfortunately, this is not a great system. It's a very efficient system, but it's not a great system, because once you put something into a box, it's very hard to take it out of the box and to put it into another box. We have challenges doing that as human beings. Social stigma, the idea that people are stigmatized, occurs during categorization and attribution. We perceive things, we begin to differentiate, but at that point, when we start putting this data into categories, that's where prejudice and discrimination starts creeping in, because when we start categorizing other people, not based on who they actually are, their actual selves, but on the self that they're projecting into the world, and on attributes that they have, that's where we start making mistakes, and that's where social stigma arises from. So, because the brain is always looking for shortcuts, because it takes a lot to have to deal with everything that the brain is receiving. And so the brain will take shortcuts at every opportunity, literally every opportunity. And that tendency to make cognitive shortcuts is where a lot of the challenges that we see in the social world occur. Because efficiency does not mean it's effective. So for humans, when we make these shortcuts, that involves labeling. When we put labels on everything. And we learn that right from the very time we were born, because you're sitting in what right now? Chairs, that's a label. Okay? I'm standing at a what? A podium, that's a label. Okay? But if I asked you what gender am I, what would you say? Male. Okay, I present as a cisgender male. How do you know? Okay, I'm fully clothed, and this is a good thing. But ultimately, when it comes down to how we define male, okay, you're looking at my costuming, you're looking at my haircut, you're looking at some of my morphological, phenotypical features, but how do you know? You have to extend into the cognitive space and make assumptions based on that. And so when we do that, that leads into something that we call in-grouping and out-grouping, because when we look into the social world, you're looking for who's similar and who's different. So when you see who's similar, that's part of your in-group. When you see dissimilarities, you out-group them. And we're very good at shifting between different in-groups and out-groups, but you'd be surprised who ends up in all the out-groups. So these labels often have an emotional sense to them, and if they have an emotional sense to them, they have a moral sense to them. Because if something doesn't make us comfortable, we immediately judge it as wrong. We're all okay so far? We're good. I'm not triggering anybody. I should have had a trigger warning at the beginning. But no, we're going to continue on. So our next slide. Cool. Labels that involve bias of any kind, negative or positive, from which beliefs about a particular group are formed are called stereotypes. That's the basic definition. When a person possesses or is ascribed an attribute upon which a negative stereotype is applied by other members of the social world, that's known as social stigma. That's the basic definition. So we look at some of the basic labels that are applied to people that tend to be marginalized, equity-deprived people, and think about all the attributes that go along with that. That's social stigma. And it's not something that you think is true for everyone, but it's something that you think is likely to be true about an entire group of people based on attributes. So prejudice is the cognitive and affective response to social stigma. So people have prejudices, moral judgments about a particular in-group or out-group or a particular individual based on attributes because of that affective emotional response, which once again is built into the machine, basically. We think and we feel negatively about the stigmatized individual or group. And again, these are things that you will be surprised when you start digging down into some of your attributions, just how deep they go and how early they became part of your life. Discrimination isn't what you're feeling or thinking, it's about what you're doing. Okay? So an individual can be prejudiced, but unless they do something, they're not discriminating. Discrimination is the behavioral reaction driven by prejudice. It's how we act negatively towards a marginalized or stigmatized individual or group. So, again, I'm all about processes. So a negative stereotype leads to social stigma, which triggers prejudice that results in discrimination. That's how it maps out. Next slide, thank you. Ooh, look at that. So this is from Maya Angelou, one of my favorite quotes. Words are things. You must be careful about calling people out of their names, using racial pejoratives and sexual pejoratives and all that ignorance. I can just hear her saying this too. Don't do that. Someday we'll be able to measure the power of words. I think they are things. They get on the walls. They get in your wallpaper. They get in your rugs. They in your upholstery and in your clothes and finally into you. Next slide. So again, stereotypes are social constructs. We apply them to the social world, and we often apply them to ourselves because they often represent agreed upon beliefs that are then disseminated throughout a group and often passed from one generation to the next. Again, it's amazing where these stereotypes came from, how they originated, and how long they've been there. Goffman, going back to Irving Goffman, identified two types of social stigma. The first one was existential stigma. And that's stigma that is unearned and is ascribed to you by virtue of an essential trait, something you cannot change. So, your visible ethnicity, your sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, whether or not you're dealing with a mental health concern. Those are things that you can't modify. Just to give you, again, another positional statement, I mentioned that I'm part of marginalized groups. I am a cisgender gay male, but I'm also Métis. This is what a Métis person looks like, by the way. I look like I was carved out of cream cheese, so compared to the rest of my family, you see all of these Indigenous people, then you see big white guy. That would be me. Surprised and shocked my parents, let me tell you. But there we go. My father was a Métis person. He married an Anglo and popped me. My sister, however, is more phenotypically Indigenous. She has darker skin, she has dark hair, and she has hazel eyes. Whereas I look like I'm a native from Sweden versus North America. So, again, when I try to locate myself in Indigenous space, this is going to bring problems. But when I walk in more dominant cultures, I can pass when it comes to my ethnicity. When it comes to my sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, maybe not so much. But again, the social world reacts to us, and that's where existential stigma comes from. Achieved stigma is different in that it's stigma that's earned and ascribed by virtue of an acquired trait. So socioeconomic status. You can suddenly go from the highest of heights down to the lowest of lows in the socioeconomic strata, and that will affect how the world treats you. Ask anyone who's ever undergone bankruptcy and the feelings of shame, which we'll talk about in a moment. As a social worker, helping people to overcome the fact that your financial situation has changed, but there's a social implication to that. Religion, of course, when it comes to spiritual care, how certain religious groups are treated based on attributes that may or may not apply to that individual that's in that bed in front of you. But you've heard that this is what happens in this particular group. And so, the more marginalized, the more oppressed that particular group is, the more those prejudices come to the fore. And then criminality. Is that someone who committed a crime at 18, maybe a very different person when they're 50, may have been law-abiding and everything else, but that stain remains. Social stigma, whether it's existential or achieved, often arises from a perceived deviation from a social norm. So someone is a deviant. Someone has deviated, right? That very word, when you say it to yourself, it will often conjure up a feeling, an affect. Social systems like biological and physical systems strive for what we call homeostasis. And in social systems, we call this normalcy. Similarly, when a deviation is noticed, the system reacts. So think about a biological system. When you have an infection, God forbid any of you are infected right now because I haven't been vaccinated yet I've got a couple more days. Just let me get to the couple more days. So keep my bubble. My bubble is like this. Okay. But when you're infected, your biological system reacts and throws off your homeostasis. You develop a fever, you do certain things because you're moving resources from what is normal to dealing with a crisis, the infection. Okay? Your body doesn't like doing that, but it does it because it's about survival, but it will work its way back to homeostasis. It's the same thing for social systems. Deviation from social norms causes the system to react. So, in a social system, resources are mobilized to enforce and restore normalcy. People who deviate from social norms have pressure applied to them. They know that they violated a social norm. And if they don't know, they will be educated quickly. Because there are various aspects of the social world that will communicate the fact that you don't fall within the norm and that you either need to get yourself in line or you're going to face consequences. So systemic discrimination represents this overarching response to the stigmatized, creating an environment in which individual acts of discrimination can occur and are often encouraged and rewarded. Think about the civil rights movement through the 1940s, 50s, into the 60s. And watching news clips of the March on Selma, or any of those marches like Chicago. Oh my gosh, you wouldn't have expected Chicago to be worse than Selma, Alabama. But it was. People lined up on the streets in Chicago, threw bottles, threw firecrackers, had guns. This was Chicago, Illinois. You think Chicago, it's a very metropolitan, it's a cosmopolitan area. But that was the reaction to change, social change. That was a vitriolic response to social change, and that was rewarded. This was supported by the mayor of Chicago. He sent the troops out with batons and dogs. And this occurs today. Because we see stigmatized groups being politicized and being used as wedges in elections all the time. So whether you are a person of a different nation of origin, you're a newcomer, your presence can be politicized for someone else's political gain. Okay, if you're a member of LGBTQ2S community, trust me, my community gets politicized all the time. Okay. Women's issues, men's issues, all sorts of issues. But when you start looking at who has power and who doesn't, you will find where social norms live and how they are reinforced, and how acts of discrimination get rewarded and encouraged by people in power. We're all okay with this? I'm not offending anybody. We're all good? Okay, cool. I'm amongst my tribe. This is good stuff. And he's anticipating my slide. Oh, this is wonderful. We're working together. There's a synchronicity happening. I love it. Stigma is a process by which the reaction of others spoils normal identity. And again, Irving Goffman says, the normal and the stigmatized are not persons, but perspectives. It's important to understand, and as a social worker and living within sociology, there's one perspective, but as a biomedical healthcare professional, the understanding that populations, there's common traits within a population, but when we talk about what's normal and what's common, they're two very different things. Being cisgender is common within the human population, but it's not normal. Normal, a norm, implies a moral judgment. So is it normal to be cisgender? Is it normal to be heterosexual? Or is it just a common trait within the human population? And that's where we have to start teasing some of those things out. Our next slide. Oh, look at that. It's fantastic. Okay, I'm ever so thrilled. The impacts of social stigma can be overwhelming and devastating for people that are experiencing social stigma, doubly so because they can occur externally in the form of public stigma and internally in the form of self-stigma. Additionally, these effects are not limited to the stigmatized individual, but harm future generations. Okay, think of Indigenous people within North America. The stereotypes that have carried through generations, that have been written into legislation to the point where we actually have statements from politicians that we need to kill the Indian in the child. That was the basis of our residential schools, which we just had commemorated. Systemic discrimination can then become entrenched, becomes part of the fabric of a culture. And sufferers are unable to be fully present, to be healthy, and to be capable caregivers and members of society because they're constantly having to invest limited emotional, cognitive, physical resources in fighting stigma, not just the processes of survival, but you have this extra thing that you have to deal with that is constant. Public stigma is the social reaction to negative stereotypes. So prejudice and discrimination, and that can be overt and it can be covert, comes from without. It comes from outside of the individual. And in all of its forms, it limits autonomy. It limits people's ability to make choices because they are not given every option that's available. They're limited. Your life becomes extraordinarily narrow. It affects a person's freedom, it affects their security, and it affects their access to resources necessary to live and to thrive. I know that what's common between social workers and chaplains is that we want people to flourish. And when people are dealing with social stigma, flourishing is often not necessarily a possibility in many cases, especially when people are dealing with multiple stigmas, intersectionality. Public stigma fundamentally insults and degrades a person's personhood, who they are, how they are perceived by the social world. And our next slide. Stigmatization is a much more powerful elicitor of shame and guilt in that it requires a negotiation not only between oneself and one's attributions, but between oneself and the attributions of others. And that's from Michael Lewis. Our next slide. Self-stigma, on the other hand, is an individual's reaction to negative stereotypes. It's what you do when you realize that you're part of a marginalized group. The first time you have to tell a child the way the world works. Okay. It is especially malignant because it undermines selfhood, not the person that you put out to the social world, but how you actually feel about who you are. I can give you an example of this. When I was going to school, of course, when you're white passing, coming out isn't just something that is about my sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression. It's about me being able to identify to the world that, you know what, I'm Métis. I'm proud to be Métis. But when you're white passing, you have to deal with you're in this liminal space that people don't know what to do with. So I was teaching a class, and one of my I disclosed, like I did with everybody, my positionality, that I'm a Métis person. I'm proud to be Métis. And there was an individual from the student body that said, "Oh, you're a blonde Apache." Now, in that moment, that was the first time I've ever heard that. I've heard other things. The milkman's son was thrown out a lot when I was younger. But hearing that from a student, I wasn't prepared. Number one, I wasn't prepared in that setting to hear that. And fundamentally, I don't know how to describe the experience, but when they said that to me, I was ashamed, not of just myself, but I was ashamed by my parents' choice to get married. I went all the way back. I remember tripping back and saying, why didn't the two of you get married? Like, really? Because of all of the shame and everything else. And at the time my parents got married, being in an interracial marriage was problematic. And fortunately, in many ways, my parents taught me how to overcome those types of things. But in that moment, I understood self-stigma because I had to really work against that as I left that class and going, oh, wow. Because in that moment, emotionally, physically, I felt like I was this big. Shame just reduced me to practically nothing in that moment. And that's what self-stigma can do to an individual, is that instantaneous reaction to a prejudice and being discriminated against. So shame and guilt are pervasive aspects of self-stigma. A person's self-concept and their self-esteem becomes adversely affected. It diminishes a person, like that feeling of being small. How you think and how you feel about yourself is detrimentally affected. And you begin to expect the rejection of others. You prepare for it. The advantage of passing is that I can choose when rejection happens. But other individuals can't. If a person's differently abled and they're going through the social world, and it's obvious what their disability is, they're hitting that all of the time. If a person is of a different color, race, I hate the term race, I really do. We need to stop talking about race, we need to talk about racism, but it's a thing, and it's a social construction that we have to talk about. But dealing with society's perceptions of race is an extraordinarily heavy burden that people shouldn't have to bear. Racism is a fatal condition. Misogyny is a fatal condition. Homophobia, transphobia, biphobia are all fatal conditions. They kill people. And if you'd like the statistics, I can give them to you. So and it kills people quickly, instantaneously, unfortunately, and it can kill people slowly. And we see that in healthcare. When you're working as a chaplain, when you're working as a spiritual care practitioner, you're seeing it all the time. The effects, the health effects, the psychological effects, the spiritual effects of stigma. So stigmatized individuals may discriminate against themselves, either by passive resignation, which is called learned helplessness if you're coming from a psychological approach, or by acting out, which is that self-fulfilling prophecy. So people think of me like this, so I'm going to be really good at it. I've already been handed this as a label, so I might as well just fill in the resume. Next. Social stigma is always relational, and it profoundly affects the concept of reciprocity, how we interact with each other, how we exchange between each other. The process by which the individuals and the social world interact and impact each other, that's reciprocity. People have a tendency to believe and become their labels, which then influences their behaviors, which then influences the behaviors and beliefs of others, ultimately reinforcing the label. People live up to their labels. It's unfortunate, but we do it all the time. In addition, stigmatized individuals face dual adversity from the social world through the processes of being targeted and being shunned. Prejudice and the fear that fuels it often leads to anger. Okay, because what do people do when something is violating a norm? You switch to anger. Okay, why do we get angry? It's a basic cognitive process. Anger is easy to explain to a client, is that something in yourself has been violated. And you rise up against that. But imagine if that something is your perception of the social world, that this person shouldn't be doing that. This group shouldn't be doing that. And this anger starts to take over. That's where targeting starts. So that because we believe that the stigmatized individual has violated some standard, they need to be corrected or punished. And so you either are targeted with anger directly, or you're shunned. You're pushed off to the side and you're continually marginalized until you are out of my line of sight. You are out of the line of sight of others. You are pushed to the margins. Shunning involves two ideas in that social and practical resources that should only be accessed by people that are approved by the in-group. Everybody else has their access limited based on where they are positionally in the social world. So we believe that people who are on the outside should remain to the outside. And instead of inviting them in, we push them away. And unfortunately, when people are excluded and they're pushed to the margins, that's where resources are scarce. And that affects health as well. That affects their ability to flourish in the social world because they have less access to resources than anybody else. Irving Goffman once again said, "Choose your self-presentations carefully, for what starts out as a mask may become your face." When confronted with the prospect of social stigma, some individuals will seek to re-engage or remain part of the larger or more powerful social group by hiding or modifying an offending attribute. So this is especially true when the attribute can be socially invisible or concealable. In some cases, someone's sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression. We call this passing. We also call this code switching. That when you're in an environment where you think that it's not safe, we change our behavior so that we seem more like the dominant group. So I don't know, I've never been able to figure out what acting straight means, but it's a thing. Again, because of my visible representation to the world, I don't have to tell people that I'm Métis. I don't. And so I can pass. I can move through the social world more easily because I can just let people continue to assume I'm part of the dominant culture and not reinforce the fact that I am part of a marginalized, equity-deprived group. So you adopt a social mask and you start becoming very, very careful because you start having to do math in your head. We call this safety math. Is that when you walk out your door, you have to figure out, okay, what's the safest way for me to get to work? What's the safest way for me to go into this store and not get followed, not get accused of stealing anything, not having people stare at me, all those types of things. You try to create the safest path for you to move through the social world. That's safety math. Okay, do you walk down that dark alley? Do you go through the parking lot by yourself alone? That's all safety math. But imagine if you're doing that constantly, that mathematical formula is going off in your head and it's shaping your very behavior. So that mask and that safety math allows people like myself to go unmolested through the world. If you didn't know, you'd leave me alone. However, you're in this constant state of dissonance. You don't know who you are half the time. And when you come home and you realize you're so tired, it's because you've been carrying all of that in your head throughout the entire day. Like, I made it home safe, yay. Now I'm so exhausted I can't do anything else for myself. This creates further degradation of the person's self-concept and promotes a growing sense of self-hatred, which again creates maladaptive behaviors, which then affects health. Our next slide. Whether it is from within or without, the major effect of social stigma is stress. If you are a stigmatized individual, you are dealing with what we call minority stress. Stress related to social stigma detrimentally and cumulatively affects an individual's biological, psychological, and social functioning, and we can prove it. Empirically prove it. Mental and physical health, academic and job performance, and relational functionality are all negatively affected by the stress of social stigma. Studies, and I mean lots of studies, have suggested that stigmatized individuals engage in riskier behaviors and have less effective coping mechanisms when dealing with other life stressors because you have to invest emotional energy in other things, like surviving all of this. So of course you don't have the same coping mechanisms, or they're more fragile because you have this other thing that you have to constantly be dealing with. And our next slide. Negative people will always be there to stain your pure image with their dirty tongues and brushes, but you'll always remain white as snow, no matter how high quality the paint they use. Stigma in all of its forms is very, very difficult to challenge. Beliefs that underpin the stereotypes involved are often reinforced by multiple aspects of the social world. It doesn't just come from a few people, it's coming from every direction. So from fairy tales, think about fairy tales. Think about what your favorite fairy tale, and then think about what it's actually teaching you about the social world, okay? Old women are dangerous. And I say you embrace that label. Yes, I am dangerous. But especially if you are an older woman isolated from the community, you are especially dangerous, okay? Witch trials were formed around your particular community. But if you're an outsider, a stranger, someone who's knocking at your door, like Little Red Riding Hood, Grandma paid for that, didn't she, opening that door? So you're Cinderella. As long as you are beautiful and ladylike, everything's going to work out well for you. Like, what a message to send to an entire generation of people. And yet these are the stories that we gladly share with our children over and over and over again, setting them up for some very interesting problems later on in life. Movies, oh, don't even get me started on movies. Advertising, government policies and legislation, every aspect of society reinforces dominant culture. And so if you're not part of the dominant culture, you will know. However, there are ways to successfully challenge and overcome both self-stigma and public stigma. There are. Narrative approaches, and of course, this is something that social workers know, spiritual care practitioners know. The narrative matters. People's stories matter. And how we help people to understand the language that they've invested in their stories is where healing can begin. The labels that they bring out, the way that they see their stories, is something that we can then therapeutically challenge, saying, okay, you thought of your life like this, but really, there are points of intersection where I am going to invite you to perhaps see it differently. That's the narrative approach when it comes right down to it. Relanguaging and restoring your narrative to achieve a better sense of who you are and your own capabilities. So we often look at helping people through the narrative approach to adopt a better sense of who they are, and again, better coping mechanisms. That there have been times in your life, you've just diminished them, where you've actually coped well. People often focus on their failures because operationally, human beings are designed to do that. It's easier to learn from your failures because there's a more immediate punishment. We don't like punishment, we don't like suffering, we don't like those things, and therefore we learn quicker. It's just the way we're built. But that doesn't work well when it comes to our larger cognitive functioning. We need the understanding that you've done some things well. If you are currently sitting here breathing, somehow you've survived. How did you do that? Those are the things that we talk about when we're talking about the narrative approach. And our next slide. Our next slide. Oh, please, thank you. Oh, nope. Can we go back one? There we go. Cool. Stigmatized communities can form stronger, more resilient means of support and publicly challenge stereotypes and discrimination, knowing that you're not alone. Okay? Joining with people that are in the same boat as you. Okay? Not that misery loves company, but that people are stronger together. That a three-chord cord cannot be easily broken. These groups can rally against unfair and inaccurate misrepresentations and generalizations to promote opportunities for education. That's why groups exist. to advocate for change. That's why they exist, because somebody has been marginalized. Now we need to realize that that's not okay. One of the most effective means to overcome social stigma is meaningful contact with the stigmatized. If you want to unlearn something, you need to go to the source. Okay? And the best truths come from the people that are living it. So if you've never met a stigmatized person, you've met one right now, maybe you're part of a stigmatized group. Well, this is the opportunity to share your knowledge, to let people know that your story matters and that it has something important to say to the world. The crux of social stigma is the belief that the other is different from yourself. But when you meet people one-on-one, we're instantly starting to do that process of similarity and difference. And we find amazing similarities when you actually meet somebody and you talk with them. For any length of time, you go, oh, really, you do that? Or, oh, you've got kids. Or, oh, you went to school here. Or, oh, you have this degree. Or, oh, you bought this type of car. Or, oh, you're like all these different ways that we try to then build connection with each other. As social creatures, it's fundamental to our nature to do that. So the best way to deal with your own prejudices and your own discriminations and your own beliefs about the social world is to be a social scientist and experiment. Go out and meet somebody that you think is different and just see how that plays out. So programs designed to bring people together, foster dialogue, and build shared understanding can have a profound effect on limiting social stigma. It's extraordinary what happens when we all just get together and get along. Our next slide. Stigma's power lies in silence. The silence that persists when discussion and action should be taking place. The silence one imposes on another for speaking up on a taboo subject, branding them with a label until they are rendered mute and preferably unheard. And that is my presentation for everybody today. Thank you so much for listening to me babble on for the last little while. Does anyone have any questions? Concerns? You want to throw things? Please don't throw things. If you want to come up to the mic, maybe. Because we got those virtual people who I can't see, but I know you're out there somewhere.
I like being a virtual person because it makes me avoid the realities of various things.
Sure.
In various contexts. Don't read too much into that, by the way. I really appreciated the approach that you took to this presentation in terms of demonstrating that many of the experiences of marginalization and discrimination and so on and so forth are linguistic and social constructs.
Mm-hmm.
What interests me is that as I grapple with my practice as a spiritual care practitioner, and I appreciate your invoking of the narrative approach because that's similar to how I approach my caregiving activities. But in many ways, I see my care as getting beyond the words that shape us and creating a sense of connectedness between myself at an emotional and intuitive level so that through that sense of connection, we can begin the work of re-narrating all over again. So I'm wondering, how would you engage that approach from your perspective as a social worker? Because I'm aware that sometimes the words and the labels get in the way of the good care. So I'm curious how you would respond to that.
So once again, it's about a sensitivity to your, as you say, intuitions, because intuitions are often our unspoken, unrealized senses of something in the world around us or within ourselves. So it's coming to a better understanding of our intuitions and then where those come from and what are triggering them, because they're often, it's funny the way the brain is designed that we get the information and we have the emotional response almost instantaneously as we create the label. So trying to pull those apart, when you've got this label that's very profound and yet you've got something else going on over here, that's when you have to start working on that process of dynamic equilibrium, is that your intuition is going to lead you to a statement, well, something is wrong. Well, then you have to look for that external validity, or you have to look for a way to make it reality-based, as we would say in social work. Social work is all about reality-based. Like, you have to live in the world that you live in. And so, even though you're having these moral intuitions, where do those come from? And then how do you live them out in the real world? Because the real world is going to modify these extreme statements that often our intuitions impose upon us. In that, oh, something is wrong. Well, really, is it? Or something is really good. Maybe not so much. So it's often about trying to look at all of those different factors and then bring it to a place where the person can live and live well and flourish. Because all these words and all these labels and everything else have imposed this narrow world on them. And we want people to live widely. We want them to live as broadly as they possibly can. Does that help?
That's really helpful, and some of the language that I would bring to that would be bringing an awareness of our own tendencies in perception and our own tendencies to project those perceptions onto the realities around us, so that we can gain independence from those automatic tendencies and live out of a place of flourishing, as you say.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you.
Quiet and contemplative, what I would expect from chaplains. Social workers, on the other hand, oi. Okay. Yes.
I have a question. It's a little different than your presentation. I thank you for your presentation, Scott. This is really good for all of us. How do you see us as spiritual health providers working and integrating? Because if you put the little bubbles together, we overlap a lot. And how can we work with you? Because actually our job titles are also labels, and yet we're all about flourishing. So maybe you can give us some thoughts on that.
So our domains of practice come from different foundations. So as a social worker, I'm an applied sociologist, psychologist type of a thing. So my job is to help people to understand and move through social systems. So to do that, sometimes we have to help people emotionally, we have to help people intrapsychically, but it's always grounded in the interpersonal. We always have to make sure they're able to function in the social world. So what I tell my students is that fundamentally, it's about helping people to find themselves in the social world and navigate through the social world, the various systems, the various structures, the various functions of the social world. Spiritual care practitioners intersect with that because people have a profound understanding of who they are in the social world, that intrapsychic understanding, and then how they nest within the various layers of the social world. So it's not necessarily about a religious community or a religious experience. It's about how do you connect perhaps to the divine, to the transpersonal. That falls outside of my scope because we have to, social work unfortunately is based in the empirical sciences. We're based in, rather than philosophy and theology, we are based in sociology, psychology, social psychology. So when it comes to the metaphysical and the philosophical, don't lean as much into that. And that reality-based kind of puts us in that little bit of a box. Whereas if people want to talk about their experiences more broadly, unless you're a psychotherapist as a social worker, that doesn't actually occur. There are social workers within faith communities, and they operate pretty much like what a social worker would, only they're operating within the milieu instead of a hospital. You're working within a faith community. We don't have to be stepping on each other's toes. I highly value my chaplains, but they are mine, and you can't have them. But we have that. There's a little bit of a dance, and sometimes you end up in the room at the same time, going, okay, which one is going to go first? And that's just collegial communication and negotiation. Is that there's some things, like on a palliative unit, that the social worker is going to be consumed with dealing with the social implications of dying, of coming to that phase in your life where you are coming to your end. where it's about symptom management and all those things, but people have estates, people have wills, maybe they don't have estates, they don't have wills. Those practical aspects of the social world, but that's only one part of that person's journey. They're going to want to talk to somebody about what it is like to be moving towards that place, towards the veil, towards mystery, however you want to categorize that. That isn't, considering all the things that I have to do as a social worker, I am extraordinarily grateful that somebody who is knowledgeable and caring and compassionate is having those conversations with the people in the bed, because I can't. I don't have time. I literally don't have time. Because the social world is extraordinarily complex, and it's full of bureaucracies, and it's full of these little traps and hidden doors and all these things and that's enough. I am good with someone else doing some of the other stuff, because we all have to kind of know our lanes, and someone may want to talk to their social worker because I represent something to them. That's that transference, countertransference thing. And that's okay. We have to negotiate that between ourselves. Like, well, they don't want to talk to me. I'm the chaplain. They've had a negative experience with maybe a religious group or their own spiritual journey. They want to talk to the social worker. I don't want to talk to you. I'll talk to a social worker. Of course, as an Indigenous person, I can say that sometimes there's a bit of a barrier for spiritual care practitioners, because just like social workers, we hooped the pooch. We really did. We really did. Like, being a social worker and working with Indigenous people can also be an interesting experience, because they do not want to go through what they went through. People that are victims of the residential school tragedy, the 60s scoop, the millennial scoop. There's more children in care today, Indigenous children in care today, than there ever were in residential schools. And my profession is a part of that tragedy. So we all have to kind of negotiate the space and help people in the moment. That's why we're all here. Did that help, Marge?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I've run into a lot of situations where the challenge might be a lot of times. So I'm marginalized. I come from the States, and this is an election year. Nobody likes you here, right?
Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
There's some big old labels on you right now.
Yeah, a lot of issues there. But our culture is so polarized. So those who are marginalized, sometimes the challenge can be not turning into the enemy too. Hating back, if you will. How do you speak to that?
Well, again, oftentimes, and thank you for that question. When you're constantly being hurt, the natural reaction of any creature is to hurt back. That's why animals have fangs and claws, and that's why they do those things. It's about defense and defending yourself. And it often is a very natural reaction that once you start dealing with your own self-stigma, that you get angry. Look at all the energy I've wasted for all of these years thinking this, and now this. And I have an identifiable group that did this to me. Guess what? I'm going to focus my anger on them. And again, I understand where that comes from. I do. And I don't blame anybody for being angry when you are a survivor of stigma, when you're a survivor of any type of abuse, whether it's social, sexual, physical, emotional, financial. You want to, sometimes moving past being a victim and being a survivor is getting angry. And that anger, you gotta sometimes just journey through that and come to a place of understanding where it fits in your life. That you no longer feel so violated and you're ready to really work on change. So people like Angela Davis, for instance, when she started out, holy cow, she was an angry person. And she'd admit that she was angry, but you hear interviews about her now, and she's like, okay. Same old. We have to start working differently, obviously. Same with a lot of Indigenous activists, is that when they first start out, it's, whew, wow, okay. But as you grow into maturity, and you realize that you're holding on to anger, and eventually that's a weight to carry too, not just stigma, but your own stuff, your own anger is something to carry as well. And there's going to come a point where you're going to want to put it down, really. And that's my hope for everybody, is that eventually anger is normal, anger is natural, but you got to put it down sometimes. You got to get up from that point and move on. And that's individual for everybody. And when I say move on, that's not being passive aggressive, or there's a next step to the journey beyond holding on to this anger or this shame or whatever you're holding on to. There's a place to put it down, an altar on the road, and move on. No, I'm good. I hope so, unless all the phlegm is getting in the way of my communication. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for having. Oh, one more. Okay, sorry. I just don't want to get in the way of your agenda.
Yeah, I think we're okay.
We're good?
Yeah, because we did that other piece first. I was very struck with when you said I don't have time.
Okay.
Because that has kind of raised up in me an awareness of another layer of intersectionality. So intersectionality, as I understand it, from Crenshaw, is really about all of the things that you've talked about. But I think there is also a healthcare intersectionality that we live with, and spiritual care in the hierarchy of professions has tended to be at the bottom rung. So least often unappreciated, certainly not understood. So I appreciate that you used that phrase. And spiritual care people don't have time to be social workers or nurses or physio or any of those other professions. But I think when we're at the intersection, and social work and spiritual care do tend to intersection a lot. And when we know each other's professions well, when I know where a social worker starts and stops, and when I know where a spiritual care practitioner starts and stops, when we meet at that intersection, we can collaborate. And in our collaboration, patients and families benefit. And so I just really appreciated that you used that term, because it triggered an old part of me, but it also helped me understand intersectionality differently. Because as we intersect with nursing and medicine physicians and the other practitioners like physio and so on, it's like we can optimize collaboration, because I think that's something, as narrative is what can happen at the intersection of gender and race, or gender and ability. I think narrative is what can also happen at the intersection of social workers and spiritual care providers. Having lunch together, having coffee together, those kind of narratives. And clearly, your chaplains have been a gift to you and you to them in that place of intersectionality. I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. You'd have to ask the chaplains what they... I may be a different type of gift. But again, thank you so much. And we've got one more question here. Or is it from... It's online? Cool.
So we have two comments from online. One is from Carol Manychief, wondering if it's appropriate for them to follow up with you via email.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm in Global if you have access to the AASC Covenant Health Global System.
And then Derek Lee made a statement. He said, part of reconciliation and healing is validating and bearing witness to the anger. Thanks, Scott, for all your wisdom.
Okay, thank you for that. Wonderful. Well, Heather, thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Scott. That was fantastic. And of course, it perfectly aligns with our practices, our standards of practice, all our values that we espouse about inclusion and diversity. It's a great lens to see this all through. We are going to head into lunch pretty soon. James, is there an update on... Well, hello. All set up downstairs, which is a great segue to where we're going to have lunch. There are tables and chairs set up downstairs. It will be a lovely space to hang out, to get to know each other a little bit better. It's the real benefit of coming together in person, and not to make those virtual people jealous, but, you know, maybe a little. So maybe you join us, you know, at some point. I am aware that for some people, before they eat, it is important to say grace, and so I just want to appeal to whatever other means to you, whether it's the Creator, the divine, the universe, the holy, the transcendent, nature, whatever that is to you. Let's just appeal to that and ask for a blessing on our community, on the food that we are about to eat, and to give thanks to this site that is hosting us with so much generosity and grace, and just ask for a blessing. So let it be. We will, for those of you who are online, we really want to get started right again at 1. For those of you who are in person and, you know, want more door prizes, I say we try to start gathering. We're getting a little early for lunch, which is a bonus. Let's start trying to come back here around 10 to 1, and then we can get going with door prizes, get settled, etc. Marge, is there anything you want us to know about refreshments or anything like that?
All the drinks are up here, so
Okay.
drink downstairs and run up and downstairs.
All drinks are here, and otherwise we're going to gather downstairs. Any questions? Lynn?
If you have not yet signed in, please come and sign this so I know you're here. And can you ask those online to text me or
Sure.
put it in the chat?
Okay.
Get online so I can have that.
This is just about our quorum and getting an attendance. So if those of you here, including myself, who have not signed up yet, please do so. And those of you online, if you could text or chat to whoever you're connecting with at this point. I know some have been with Lynn, some have been with James, whoever. Let's just get together and then we can have a full roster. All right. We'll see you back here in just under an hour.
doesn't work for me. I mean, so what does, and this, the rhythm of, exactly, and I can say the phrase, and it just gets rooted deeper and deeper, and it's just, so it's just part of my everyday, really. Yeah, yeah. How about you,
I
Dean?
like cross stitching, and so that's why I say it's meditative, because I can,
Yes.
I kind of get into that as well.
Yeah.
Just that, yeah, that repetitive kind of
Yeah.
thought. For me, it's more like a thought than a mantra like
Yes.
words.
Yeah.
But yeah, like just, and that's just so grounding.
It
And
is.
it's kind of like
That's
everything else, just
Okay, we're going to start gathering. And in a minute, Tracy's going to come up to do another door prize. I know some people are going to be coming in yet, but that's all right. You snooze, you lose. If you're not here, you don't get a prize. At least I think that's what Tracy's going to do. I hear she's kind of ruthless. I'm curious how many people had Subway for lunch. Raise your hand if you had Subway. Oh, lots of people. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, thanks for that feedback. Yeah. I shamelessly just ate breakfast snacks because, I didn't have time to eat them. So I was like, hey, now's my turn. Yeah. So Tracy, whenever you're ready, come on up.
I wasn't sure if we were...
Oh, I said it's in the snooze you lose category.
Okay, because I have to tell you, so... I have one more gift card left, and then we have the big prize. And so it's like, okay, when do we do this, and how do we do this? And I could have, blown whatever budget we had and, done all sorts of things, but I'm restraining. Occasionally it works. So now I'm thinking about these questions. I thought, okay, well, if I ask this question, there goes all the retired people. If I ask this question, there goes all the students. Like I was going to ask, so, who among us, wait, I'm going to check the time. Oh, sorry, bus. One of the questions was, who's our newest practitioner here? In the sense that, because I thought, one of the things we can do is learn about each other. We come from different health authorities, we come from different places, geographically, social location, all those things. I have to be smart for the students. So here we go. So, who among us just got a job, part-time or full-time, with and practicing as spiritual care? Most recent. So who got hired in September? Oh man, I might have been able to use this question. Okay, so, but who got hired last May? Anybody before the 2009, yeah. Oh, okay. You're out, yeah. Okay, so I'd have to... March 2023, there we go. Newest hire, there we go. September 2023, see, there we go, right? That might have been one of the things that we, might have been able to award a prize for, right? Right? Okay, did you want to say your name and where you got hired? Grace. Villa Marie. Covenant. And in Red Deer. So, and she's also a student. So you see, we kind of have dual roles going on. So the other thing that I was going to ask was, who has been practicing the longest still in full-time? Okay, so you got to beat 2009. So Darlene, when did you start? What year? 2001. I was not a student then. Okay, anybody here before 2001? Hired into either part-time or full-time, and continuous service I don't care what health authority, I don't care wherever. Or part-time. I'm not discriminatory. I mean, I just lost the students and the retired folks, but yeah. Oh, 2001. Well, way to go, Darlene, our most experienced person here. For those of you that don't know, Darlene's also a teaching supervisor, et cetera, et cetera. Darlene, has that always been through Covenant Health? At the Miz. You've been at the Miz for that long. If I did math, that's 23 years? Wow. Yeah, you would have won too. Yeah. Sorry. But, trying not to discriminate, this is, right? Like, didn't we have a little thing about this earlier today? I'm kind of in a bit of a pickle. So I thought to myself, let's just go off the deep end here. So self-care, we talk about, now see, right away, eyes start rolling back, right? Right? Talk self-care to a bunch of spiritual care chaplain people, and they go, yeah.
We know it's important. I know it's important. You know it's important. So what could I possibly ask that is self-care for everyone? Now you have to be honest, okay? Including students and retired people, because I know you guys do this as well, as those of us who are practitioners. It's not the smartest question I got, but it's the one I got, okay? Who just had a haircut? What day? Yesterday. Oh, and you shaved this morning, right? Oh, and Bob too, right?
We need a timestamp.
Oh, well, those two did it this morning, though. You were last night. Okay. Okay, Chair, what do we do? I have one. What's that? And Jonathan, he domed up this morning.
Domed up?
Domed
I
up
think
this
that
morning.
counts.
Do you
That's
think that counts?
dedication.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Are we in agreement that hair is still hair regardless of how long it is?
And how many?
And how many? I repeated that. My apologies.
I think it counts.
The boss has spoken. All right. Way to go, Jonathan. Yay to Jonathan.
Oh, man. Oh, that's, If it's free, does it count? That's funny. That's great. All right, well, welcome back from lunch, everyone, and virtual people who are there, thank you for coming back if you're back. Hope you had a good lunch as well. I overheard lots of energized conversations, which is, of course, the whole point of getting together. Well, okay, there's some business too, but really, we're here for the people. We're going to move on to, let me just check my list here. We did our door prizes. Election of officers. So, James, I'm just checking with you. Did you get any nominations in between?
Yes, we have new student rep for Calgary, Jesse O'Reilly, up in the front there.
Okay.
Jesse. We do not have a psychospiritual therapist.
Okay.
We'll declare that role vacant for the term. I think the board can appoint someone to handle nominations, but we are still desperate for a treasurer.
Oh, desperate for a treasurer. Yes, but you need integrity too. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Thanks for that little caveat there, James. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so what James is saying, we can cover as we go through, but we do have a new student rep nomination as well, which will come in a little bit. So this is it might feel a little tedious, but this is the Robert's Rules of Order part. And so we're going to go through each position and whether they're returning, affirmed, or whether it goes to a vote. So that's the process we're in now. So one by one, I've got James's list here, which is what I'm following along if you want to as well. So board chair, myself, I've done 1 year term. I have another year to go. Vice chair, Susan Hunter, same situation, has done 1 year, 1 more year to go as vice chair. Secretary, we give thanks to Lynn Beddoes for her 4 years of service and excellence. And James has let his name stand. I'm going to ask one more time, are there any other nominations from the floor? Any nominations from the floor? Any nominations from the floor? That's a no, so by acclamation, James, you are our new secretary. Thank you. Regional Admitting Chair, Brent Watts, has agreed to let his name stand. He was finishing up a term and agreed to let his name stand and continue on. And so by default, by acclamation, Brent continues. So thank you, Brent, for that. And we appreciate also the consistency on our board and that voice of the good work you've been doing. So thank you. The same, let me see. Oop, no, there's my eyes. Now we're at the regional ethics part. And this is always exciting when you have more than one person. Like, wait a minute, what do we do and how do we handle this? This is always such a good moment. So we have two people who have offered to let their names stand. Helen Chan, is it Chan Bennett, or just, I lost track of your last? Helen Chan, thank you. I have it here as both. I was wondering that. And we have Bob Kerr. So I know that for the online folks, there's been a brief synopsis given of these people. I think it would be nice, since, to make a big deal out of this novel situation, if we could ask both Helen and Bob to come forward and just, basically your elevator speech. Why would you like to be our chair? So Helen, could I invite you to come up to do that? Are you open? Really? There is a new side of you. And you can use that mic there if you like, or this one. This one? Ah, thank you. Yeah, if you could come to this one, that's true. That would be on camera.
How much time do you have?
It's a short elevator ride.
Okay. A lot of you know me. My name's Helen Chan. I work at the University of Alberta Hospital, Sorry Children, Mazankowski Heart Institute. I've been with Alberta Health Services since 2006, started at Foothills, Peter Lougheed, and Children's Hospital. So I know the healthcare system quite well. I also work as a military chaplain with the Canadian Armed Forces with the medical unit. I've been doing that for about 7 years. I'm teaching a professional ethics course right now at Ambrose. And I'm interested in this position because I volunteered for many years on the national in accreditation, recently in peer review chair. So I held several positions there before, and I thought, I just kind of want to tune down a little bit and kind of go a bit more loco. So I thought this would be a good fit for me right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. And Bob?
Hello, for those I haven't met, I'm Bob Kerr. I currently serve at the Sturgeon Community Hospital in St. Albert, Alberta. I've been there for, I think it's 5 years now. It's hard to believe, but it's gone by quick. And I'm in the process of getting certified, and that is hopefully happening this year. So looking forward to getting that process done. I would like to be the ethics chair because I seem to be in a world of all things ethics right now. At the Sturgeon, we're in the process of restarting our bioethics committee, and we've got a new clinical ethicist within AHS that we're getting to know and just trying to create more awareness for ethical consults within the hospital. And through this COVID season, it's been a trying time for many, and including our hospital, and we had to kind of put the ethics committee to rest, but we're looking forward to reviving it. And I thought, as I'm on this learning curve, I should jump in to be the ethics chair here. So yeah, that's a little bit about me, and thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Bob is also finishing up being our actor rep as well, and so it's a good time for me to thank you for that service as well. James, it is time for, if there's no more, I'll call for the nominations from the floor, but after that, maybe you can help us with the voting process. So I'm just, the last time, going to check, are there any nominations from the floor? Are there any nominations from the floor? Any nominations from the floor? So then those nominations will cease, and we have the two people who have agreed to let their names stand. And then James, you, I believe, got it figured out electronically how to do this.
So on the form with the nominations report.
James, actually, if you could come forward, because then the folks virtually can also hear, because it's above my pay grade.
So So again, I apologize that the QR code is not working unless you want to sign up for a community kitchen. You want to use the link at the bottom of your page here. Get your thumbs ready. So type in that link, it will take you directly to the form. Scroll down to the ethics role. There's a brief bio of both Helen and Bob, and then you can select your vote. Any questions?
Is that our only option? Do we have a paper option?
What is the internet access here?
Here's what we're going to do. I invite you to take if you're here in person, I invite you to take your paper form and circle the person's name that you would like to serve as ethics role, and we'll pass it to the inner aisles. Just fold it in half and pass it in.
And are there any additional ones so that, because mine's written all over.
Yep, here we go.
So can we hand those out to whoever wants one? And you need scrutineers. That would be my question. Heather?
So friends, instead of doing the online vote, just simply circle your paper. If you need a new one, here you go.
And if you're virtual, you can use that link, or if for some reason that isn't working for you, if you're comfortable texting it to Lynn, you can do that as well. Mail-in ballots would be a little slow there, Bob. Although we are in the province of Alberta, so now we can no longer do virtual voting. I had to bring that up, didn't I? Yes, scrutineers, yes. So Nancy has agreed to be a scrutineer, which means somebody who counts ballots and, verifies. Is there a second person to do that? We should have. Tracy, you want to do that? Okay.
And if you're online, you can use the link. And we'll
Right, yeah. So, and you will monitor that online, James?
Yes.
Okay, and Lynn, if you get any texts, you let us know. James, they're saying they don't see a link online. Okay. And again, online, you can also text Lynn. She will confidentially hold that information. Nancy, is it appropriate if I run through a few of the ones that are by acclamation? Sure. Okay.
You still have to call from the floor, though. On those that are.
Right.
Have singles.
Okay. We got everybody has submitted a ballot? Yes? Okay, it shouldn't take them too long. So for professional practice, we're just going to, Tracy Stagg has allowed her name to stand again. She finished a term, but wanted to let her name stand again. Are there any further nominations from the floor for professional practice? Any other nominations? Any nominations? Then by this form of acclamation, Tracy's name will continue on. And we appreciate that, Tracy. Appreciate your voice on our board. For the treasurer position, which James has made it abundantly clear is vacant, are there any nominations from the floor? Any nominations? Or virtually? Any nominations? Okay. It is going to be vacant at this point, which is a conundrum. I guess I just ask you to consider and talk to people around you. This isn't about arm twisting and getting people to do something they don't want to do. That's never a good fit. I do think it's important for the life of our organization. Obviously, the treasurer role is a very key role. So talk it up, talk to each other. It's an honor. I know it's work, but it is also an honor, and it's good collaboration. So we're going to have to leave that one vacant for now, and Marge has graciously agreed to continue for a short time, but that's not a long time, and then we're in trouble. So we've got to work on that. For the nominations position, James Lavoie had held that position, and he elected to transfer his position to secretary, which is great. He has a lot of energy, which is lovely to be around, so he's a good person for that, right, Lynn? And for the nominations, I mean, it's not urgent right now, but as you can tell, James has been busy recently, and so I'm going to ask if there's any nominations from the floor or virtually. Any further nominations? Any nominations? So at this point, this will remain vacant as well. We have a little more time to find somebody for that position. It's not as urgent. But again, even if you have questions like, well, what's involved in this? Talk to James. It's other than attending monthly meetings, it's not a heavy task at all. And it's more being part of the board and being part of the voice of that body. For SPE's supervisor, we have down Kathy Marshall-Spate. She has agreed to continue to have her name in that position. This one doesn't really make too much sense to ask for nominations from the floor, but other than a technicality as I look at Jonathan and Brent and Darlene, and they're all looking at me. But I'm going to do it out of proper rules. Any nominations from the floor? Any nominations from the floor or virtual, of course? Any nominations? So by acclamation, we thank Kathy for her continued service. The psychospiritual therapy role. We had a discussion about this earlier. From James's research, there are 2 certified psychospiritual therapists in the province. So there is no way of filling this role because Nicole has very soundly declined, and Deborah has done many years of service, and she deserves a break. And we thank you for that, Deborah. So we're going to allow this to sit vacant, and I think that's the right choice. We don't have another choice, but it's the right choice. And this is one of those roles that may morph. It may change depending what happens to our profession with ACTA and CAP, and I think we can hold that loosely and I feel okay with that. So moving into ACTA then, while we still have ACTA, Lee Andrus is entering the 2nd year of her term, so she automatically continues, which is fantastic. And Derek Lee and Derek is online, has agreed to let his name stand. I would like to ask for any other nominations for the ACTA role, ACTA rep role. Any other nominations? Any other nominations? So then by acclamation, we gratefully receive Derek Lee's willingness to serve in this capacity. And I don't say that lightly, and I don't think Bob would let me say this lightly. It's been a lot, as you can well imagine, in the last year, and it's a really critical role to have a strong voice on. And so we're grateful for Lee Andrus and Derek Lee, there we go, for their willingness to serve and to represent our body in that way. So many thanks to you. All right, and they're still finalizing the counting, so I'm just going to keep going. For student reps from the Edmonton zone, let's call it, Red Deer North, we have Nancy Cullen, who has agreed to let her name stand. And from the Calgary zone, now the name has completely slipped my mind because I didn't write it down. What was the name, James? Jessie O'Reilly. Yes? There you are. Thank you. My apologies. That's why I get for not having a pen. So Brent, just a point of clarification, when it comes to the student rep role, is it the students who vote in this particular case? Okay, so it's our students who have a say in this, and we ask for further nominations from the floor and virtually. And so I ask from the student body, are there any other nominations for student representatives? Any further nominations? Any further nominations? Okay, then we accept your willingness to serve and appreciate it. And I know for me, it was my first foray. I was a student rep, and so I thought it was important anyways. So, and it really was my first taste of what it's like to be involved. So thank you. We look forward to getting to know you better as well. Moving right near the bottom of the list, the Foundation for Spiritual Care. We have Darlene Pranke, who has served in that role for a while. Yes. Oh, well, drum roll, please. So what Darlene has said, for those of you who are virtual, is, be still my beating heart. Darlene has said, Darlene is the person who's standing in the position of Foundation for Spiritual Care. She has said that if we can find someone else to receive that nomination, she would be willing to let her name stand for the role of treasurer. Darlene's just coming to the microphone for a minute.
Yeah, so the Canadian Foundation for Spiritual Care rep is the representative that sifts through all the student applications along with the representatives from the other provinces.
Oh.
So student applications for bursaries for CPE and also for the research award.
Okay.
And then we make decisions and grant them the bursary, the ones we choose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you perhaps give us a ballpark of how many hours a month, a year, a role like this would take?
Yeah. The only time it gets busy is during the application deadlines. It's now twice a year rather than once a year, and that's to coincide with the CPE programs. So come a month or so from now, we'll be busy with sifting through applications for the summer program.
Okay.
And then in a few more months again for the fall program. And through the rest of the year, it's pretty quiet, other
Okay.
than attending the meetings that happen maybe once every 3 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did everybody, I think everybody heard that perfectly well. Okay. All right. So I am, in this case then, going to ask for any nominations from the floor and virtually for being part of the Foundation for Spiritual Care. Any nominations? Any nominations? You see how I waited longer there? Jonathan, you're willing to let your name stand? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so as the world turns, as the shifting dynamics. So we thank Jonathan for that. Nancy, tell me if I'm out of order here. I'm going to bounce back to the treasurer role. Is that okay?
Wait a minute. You just had nominations for?
Foundation for Spiritual Care, and Jonathan has let his name stand.
And is Darlene letting her name stand?
For treasurer.
For treasurer.
I know. Hence the excitement. Yeah.
So Jonathan, you're going to be the rep for the foundation?
Yes.
And Darlene, you're going to be treasurer?
Well, we have to, that's what I'm asking you for the technicality of bounce back and,
Yeah, let's bounce back to treasurer.
okay, to treasurer. So thank you, Darlene, for letting your name stand. Are there any other nominations from the floor? No. Any other nominations from the floor? Any other nominations from the floor or virtually, of course? Okay, so then, wow, thank you, Darlene, truly, sincerely, yes. Yes. Marge, you can go give her a hug now. No. Or do your happy dance down the aisle. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. That's the end of the list I have. I'm gonna invite Nancy. We're going to invite Nancy up as, yes?
Yes.
Oh, I think I did, by acclimate, yes, yeah. Yes, and I did say, I asked for, okay, I thought I did, but if I missed it, thank you, Jonathan.
And I jumped in and interrupted. So, we do have a new ethics chair. Help. There we go. By a very close vote, Bob Kerr is our new ethics chair. Congratulations, Bob. And so now I'd like to make a motion to destroy the ballots for this particular vote.
Is there a seconder?
Oh,
Kathy?
Kathy,
Okay.
any questions? It is legally right and fair to do so.
Okay, all right, then can I have a show of hands to vote for that motion? All in favor? Opposed? Abstain? Before I congratulate Bob, Helen, I'd like to thank you for your willingness to participate in that way. And Bob, we welcome you. Okay. All right, so we have a new roster. We will do a bit more of a commissioning service at that time. But thank you. I have to say, yeah, I'm in the chair position, but being part of the board I really enjoy it. It's a very enriching experience. They're great people to work with. I find it's a group of people that we really work toward consensus. We really collaborate, and it's really been a pleasure to lead and to work with these people. And I'm really looking forward to the year ahead. So we won't go through the whole list of names now. We're going to do that again later. I would really like now to get to our next part, which is, the names have bounced a little bit, but it is really a panel presentation and discussion. And so I'm first going to introduce Simon Lasserre. You have seen him around this morning. He is here from CASC, and he has an official role in CASC as the Director of Educational Development. That is a part-time role. It's not a full FTE, but it's a really critical role, especially in these changing times for spiritual health, spiritual care. You also are from Saskatoon. Are you working at St. Paul's currently? Yes. Okay. So I'm going to give a little bit of background. I must say I Google searched you, but tell me if Google was wrong. It's not Dr. Google, but you never know. So Simon holds a PhD in Middle Eastern Studies from the University of Manchester, UK. And he is also internationally recognized spiritually and as a spiritual health researcher. He has worked in academic, healthcare, and faith community settings, and has interests in individual and organizational spiritual health, strategic visioning, and change management. And so we were really, when we started a conversation as a board, but particularly with Brent and Tracy and their board capacities, really talking about how do we want to shape this for this afternoon? Understanding the murky waters we're in a little bit with ACTA and potentially CAP and all of our roles. I think it's fair to say, I think murky is a really gentle word for that. But, I'm trying to be, not use my other language. But this conversation evolved, and then the idea came about inviting Simon. And initially that was a virtual Simon would attend. And then in his capacity with CASC, part of that is the idea of coming to different regions to really get acquainted with the people and what's going on. And so we've had many MS Teams meetings over the last few months, really rich conversations. And so I'm really looking forward to this three-part presentation from Simon and Brent and Tracy. And the idea is we have close to an hour and a half. So again, if it's getting long and you need to move around or take a bathroom break, you feel perfectly free to do that. But the idea is that we have no more than half that time being presentation, and we really want to open up time for conversation. That is actually the bigger part of this. And even, I would say, even for me, attending some of these meetings with Simon, Tracy, and Brent, the conversation part is what moved me. It soothed me, it moved me, it helped me gain perspective. And so I think it's a really important part. So we, for that part, have a microphone there. We understand, yes, there are people virtual, and so we really welcome your input as well. So those three are going to come up and sit here, and they're going to move around mics, and then we'll open it up to the floor later. So that is as much introduction as I'm going to give, and I'm going to invite those three forward and to present to us. So thank you for being here.
So I think this is a good time for candy. Sorry, guys.
She shamelessly brings out the candy.
Yeah, I think we'll speak from here and then.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
All right.
I think that's,
Yeah. And if we could bring the slides up on the screen, that would be great. Thank you. Just waiting for the technical side of things to come online, and that'll launch us off. I find it interesting that there's a picture of a campground here. I hope that that doesn't convey feelings to you that you're in the middle of the wilderness. You may feel like you're in the middle of the wilderness. Yeah. Okay. Pardon me? Stretch break, yeah. Why don't we all stand up for a moment, just kind of, I like to say to my kids every once in a while, it's good to have a stretch break and shake the sillies out, because I know that if my 7-year-old son sits for too long, he gets very silly. So, not that you're going to get silly, but you may fall asleep. So.
I just gave him a bunch of candy.
You just, okay. Oh, okay, so there will be sillies. There will be sillies. Okay. Okay, silly. Okay. And I'm the middleman. I'm the middleman. Yeah. Oh, look at you. You'll be the spin doctor. Yeah. Yeah, no. Yep, it's all good. It's all good. So I find it interesting that there's a clock situated right here. It reminds me of the church that I grew up in, or the first church that I have living memory of, where my dad was on pastoral staff, and the guy who would preach from the pulpit in that church had the habit of going very long, to the extent that the people who worked in the nursery would start uttering threats about releasing the children into the sanctuary at the end of if things went really long. But apparently, and I never saw this, but apparently there was a guy who would, when things were going really long on a Sunday morning, he would stand up at the back of the sanctuary and go like this. So I'm glad that that clock is conveniently situated to prevent that kind of action being taken against me and my colleagues here as we continue to wait for... I think our end time is 3.
3? Oh, we got
3.
lots of time.
Yeah, we got lots of time. But I don't want to forestall the conversation. Yeah.
You're letting the cats wander.
I'm letting the cats wander, Brent says. So why don't we come back together and we'll maybe get started here and wait for and the slides can catch up with us. I'll just give people a moment to gather together again, and then we'll get underway. Feel like I'm a movie star or something because everybody's eating popcorn. Oh, please, no, don't throw that at me. I'm feeling stereotyped. In a good way, okay. I feel really honored to be part of the conversation today because, excellent. Because I feel very strongly about our profession and I feel very convinced that our profession has some really important things to contribute to not only our workplaces, not only to the care of clients and so on and so forth, but I would say that in some ways our profession holds the key to engaging many of the world's ills in some significant and meaningful ways. The question is, how do we mobilize that within our workplaces and within our communities and so on and so forth? And so when I was chatting with Heather and Tracy and Brent about the emerging situation in Alberta with the emergence of ACTA and some of the changes that are happening with regulation, I could feel the angst quite deeply. And I feel that angst quite deeply because I know that some of the challenges we are facing nationally around professional identity and some of the tensions that we have nationally within our organization around professional identity and regulation and so on and so forth, you are living at the front lines in many respects. And so if there's going to be any take-home message that you take away from what I have to contribute to this conversation, I'm going to say it up front, you are not alone. You are not alone. And so what I want to do in this presentation, and if we could go to the next slide, please. What I want to do in this presentation is I want to talk a bit about where emerging professional concerns are happening nationally, both in terms of the regulation piece and in terms of professional identity. I want to talk a little bit about related emerging educational concerns, and I was talking with some people earlier today about the meeting that I shared yesterday with Fred Tappenden at St. Stephen's College around the proposed degree program for spiritual care practitioners, and so lots of interesting things coming out of that. And then I want to speak specifically around what CASC is doing as a national body and in the national office to engage many of these concerns. Once I've completed that portion of the presentation, I'm going to turn it over to Brent initially so that he can speak more specifically to what's happening with the National Educational Standards Commission, and then to Tracy so that she can talk about what's happening with the Professional Practice Commission nationally as well. Again, I think for the purposes of just being honest, we are, I would say, as a national organization, in the midst of a time of significant change. And it's not just because John Hayward has moved on from his role as executive director, although that has produced many changes in the national office. It's also, I think we have the growing realization that for us as an organization to move into the future with integrity, for us as professions to move into the future with integrity, we need to do a lot of deep self-examination as an organization as to who we are, what we do, how we do it, and why it's important. And I'm so glad to be among you today because I know that Margaret Clark, our colleague, has contributed to some of those conversations through research. And I would say that in many cases, Alberta is leading the charge when it comes to addressing some of these questions in ways that other regions in the country are not. And so I feel that in some ways, Alberta's situation is quite hopeful, even though there are some emerging challenges here, and we are watching nationally what's going on here in Alberta to see how you are responding to some of those challenges so we can learn from your experience. If we could go to the next slide, please. I just want to speak briefly about where regulation is at nationally. I think most of us are aware that the Ontario College, the CRPO, has been up and running for probably about a decade now. And in some ways, there are some things happening in Ontario that we are learning lessons from in the rest of the country. And in some ways, there are some wonderings and some debates going on nationally around, well, what is CRPO doing to the profession? How are we engaging this while maintaining the integrity of our profession at the same time? And so to come here to Alberta, where you're on the cusp of a new regulatory reality, and the structure of that regulatory reality has now been rolled into the College of Psychologists. Again, this is raising some of the same questions for us nationally in terms of, well, how do we understand our profession and how do we articulate the distinctiveness of our profession in relation to these other professional bodies like social workers, like psychologists, like counseling therapists. I think that is the question in front of us as an organization at this time. And I would say that coming from Saskatchewan and having lived through the elimination of spiritual care funding in Saskatchewan, again, that's a very potent question for us, because one of the questions one of the justifications that was given for the elimination of spiritual care funding in Saskatchewan was, well, spiritual care falls within the scope of practice of social workers and nurses. Of course, our response was no, but at that time we didn't have a good way of saying, well, here's what we bring to the table as opposed to what these other professions bring to the table. Manitoba is in the process of becoming regulated as well. And I think that the regulation conversations in Manitoba are not as far along by any stretch as they are in Alberta. But I know that the Manitoba region is participating in the regulatory initiative there. Saskatchewan is participating in a regulatory initiative as well. But again, that initiative is very much in the initial stages. It's only within the past year or so that the provincial government has really started paying attention to the question of regulation when it comes to counseling therapy in that province. Atlantic Canada, it's kind of hit and miss. I know that there was some work being done in New Brunswick around bringing spiritual care into the regulatory bodies in that province. Nova Scotia, I think that a different picture altogether in the sense that some employers have said that they don't want their spiritual care people to be regulated under counseling therapy colleges. So there is a diversity of positions nationally. And then BC has also kind of struck its own course in the sense that I understand that the BC region is not aligned with the FACT initiative in BC. And because there have been many hoops that the FACT initiative has had to go through in BC, even to get the provincial government's attention, the BC CASC region has decided to chart their own course. And in some ways, they have a much stronger relationship with the provincial government in that province than I've seen anywhere else in Canada, to be honest, to the extent that the provincial government has made a significant investment in providing spiritual care throughout healthcare sites in that province, which I think, again, is something that we can learn from. I think that in all the provinces, there are some challenging relationships regarding grandparenting, or some challenging questions regarding grandparenting, regarding what education is required for people to enter into regulatory colleges, and also what the credentialing needs to look like in terms of what kinds of credentials will people need to be admitted into the regulatory bodies as well. It was interesting, this meeting that I shared with Fred Tappenden yesterday. Nicole Ingram was invited to part of that meeting, and so she did offer her perspectives regarding regulation in Alberta. And I think that I can't really talk to all of what she conveyed, but I think one of the really important messages was that it's important for spiritual care folks to remain involved in ACTA, because if you're not involved in ACTA, you will not have a voice at that table. And so I would invite you to consider that seriously as you're discerning for yourselves what kinds of relationships you want to continue to have with the regulator, because I think that things have become a lot more complicated by bringing things under the College of Psychologists. And I think that there will be some challenges emerging for our profession because of that renewed relationship. And so if we want to influence where things are going to go, having a place at that table is going to be really crucial. This link that I have in the presentation here is a really interesting article that our colleagues Angela Schmidt and Tom O'Connor in Ontario wrote, just tracking some of the changes that have occurred in Ontario in response to the CRPO being an entity there. It's a really helpful article, but one of the key takeaways that I had from reading that article was that the profession is being reshaped in some really interesting ways that raises some really important questions for us in terms of how do we preserve the things that have been historically important for us in our profession while also engaging the emerging realities around us. I think that what that means to me is that there has to be some sort of creative tension between those two polarities. But I also know that whenever anybody is living in a situation of creative tension, there are some things that we need to let go of. There are some new things that we need to embrace, and there's going to be a lot of newness that emerges through that creative tension. And I wonder if that sense of feeling in creative tension at this moment is contributing to the senses of angst that may be felt by some in this region. If we could go to the next slide, please. I think there are some really interesting things happening in the domain of education. And when we're talking about the future of SPE, CPE, PTE, there are some questions emerging nationally around the sustainability of the traditional model. And so there are a lot of things on the table right now in terms of how we can re-envision the delivery of that education and engage again some of the emerging realities for us nationally. At the national meetings that Brent and I and Tracy were part of in the spring, there was a motion approved by both PPC and ESC around re-envisioning SPE education, in part to address some of these emerging concerns and the complexities that are happening for us as a national body. But I think one of the biggest things is that we are moving more solidly in a competency-based education model. And so that raises some important questions around assessment and also how we measure competency. And then also it has bound up with it the understanding that people can achieve competence by not following the 4-unit model, the 4-unit of CPE or PTE, in the sense that it may only take 2 units for someone to be ready for certification, or it may take them 5 or 6. And so I think that this is inviting us to consider different ways of understanding what pathways will lead towards certification with our organization, and inviting us to consider, well, how do we recognize the competence that people achieve while also not making things overly complicated for them to achieve that certification level of competence. I think the other emerging concern nationally is, well, how do we align our education with the education that's being provided by our academic partners? I think there are a few places in the country, Alberta being one of them, where where degree-based SPE educational options are becoming more prominent. In many cases, these are still in the development stages, and so we're not entirely sure where this is going to go at the moment. But I feel confident that if we can find and maintain our place at the tables that are discussing these educational developments, we will be in a position to preserve some of those things that are really important to us in our professional identity, while also again engaging this different delivery method for the education. But I think that the crucial question in all of this is, well, how do we balance and integrate academic learning with the personal and professional identity formation that we all experienced through our CPE and our PTE learning experiences? The way I talked about this yesterday in the conversation with St. Stephen's College was along the lines that we have a very intuitive way of learning what we do, and part of the learning is helping us to get into our intuitive and our emotional connections with what's going on in the same room, what's going on in our caregiving site, and so on and so forth. And so the position of academic knowledge within that learning model has always been a little bit difficult to grapple with. And so one of the questions that I invited our academic colleagues to consider was, do we need to shift our understanding of how knowledge operates for us? In the sense that I believe that the way we operate as a profession is through our intuition and our emotions first, and then we use knowledge and concepts and ideas and language to describe what we're receiving through our intuition and our emotions, and that is what allows us to communicate effectively with the people that we're working with and the people that we're collaborating with. For our academic colleagues, that is a bit of a shift, but I think that if we can continue to articulate that message clearly and again build and maintain our connection at those tables, we will be in a strong position to negotiate with our academic colleagues around the construction of some of these degree programs. Finally, and then the next slide, please. Finally, I think what we're doing nationally as an organization, I think that the board, the commissions are really working hard to respond responsively and proactively to the emerging realities in terms of regulation, professional identity, and emerging educational realities. I think we have reached a point where we are beginning to understand that we are needing to engage these realities deliberately and somewhat urgently, because the magnitude of the changes that we're living through are huge, and we need to address them in a very robust and significant way. What this means is that we are monitoring the emerging regulatory bodies quite closely at a national scale, and so that's why it's very important for me and for the other members of the national office to pay attention to what's happening in Alberta, because again, it's a unique situation, but the themes are consistent across the board in terms of what does this mean for us as a profession, and how do we articulate the positionality of our profession within this changing landscape. That's a very urgent question for us nationally. The commissions are working to respond to the regulatory concerns, and we are also monitoring the educational trends nationally. I think that a lot of faith-based educational institutions are very, very interested in providing chaplaincy and or spiritual care degree programs. Nationally, I've had conversations with many institutions all across the country about this interest, because I think that from their perspective, faith-based education has been losing enrollment numbers, and in some ways, chaplaincy education is seen as a viable option for people who aren't wanting to go into faith community ministry, but they are wanting to participate in the work of meaning-making, engaging the sacred in secular contexts. There's a really interesting stat that came out during the pandemic, and it's from the US, unfortunately, but interestingly enough, it was reported in the London School of Economics blog. They said that during the pandemic, seminary enrollments in the US increased for the first time in decades. And that is because there were people who were explicitly looking for chaplaincy degree training programs because they felt that there's a need in our culture, in Western culture, in Western society for this work. And it was very appealing for people to engage in this work moving forward. And so I think that we do have an opportunity as CASC to partner with our academic institutions, because the demand to be involved in this work is growing. And I would say the same is true in Canada as it is in other places. But the big task in front of us is getting our place at the table, maintaining our position, and being able to articulate skillfully and compellingly what it is that makes us unique as a profession and why it's important to preserve that. And with that in mind, I'm going to turn it over to Brent.
My first thought is that's a lot of information, and just breathing just for a minute, and questions that are probably percolating and want to ask Simon already, but we're going to get to that in a few moments. I want to try and tell you something the same, but different.
One of these things is not like the other.
And I don't usually speak with hecklers in the back row, but so it's a learning, growing edge, and I don't need to encourage them. I do want to tell a couple stories that I've experienced sort of in this. It's not a short journey. It has been a long journey. I know Jonathan has, out of one of the books that was published by CASC, there was a chapter by Angela Schmidt and a couple other authors about saying for the need for curriculum development, and that was in 2015. So the literature was inviting those kinds of questions. And then in my process of becoming towards a supervisor educator, Margaret invited me to a national curriculum day. It was on March 8th, 2006. I don't know why I remember that. I'm pretty sure it was that day. 2018, thank you. So 2018, and one of the things, we had a consultant came, we had people from all over Canada, people from academic institutions, supervisor educators. Okay, how do we achieve this curriculum development, this knowledge piece question? And what really the recommendation that came from the consultant, and at that time we had a list of competencies, and if you go back to the 2011 competencies, they were long, dense, lots more points than what we have now. And what she instructed us to do is that we needed to work backwards. We need to revise that into a workable way. Before we could develop a curriculum, we had to revise our competencies and then work towards assessment and then developing curriculum. So I think we have been working with that piece since that time, like sort of in the national level. We've been sort of, we struck a committee. I was able to, be careful when you go to a meeting, because then you get invited to do other things. Thank you, Darlene. And Jonathan. I got invited to be part of the curriculum. I didn't know what it was at the time, but just was meeting with some people from Ontario, BC, and we worked on revising the competencies that we are working with right now, so that we distribute at the beginning of the year for students. Those are competencies for practitioners. And I remember going, before I started, so I was doing that work, then I got asked to do a position on the national office, so I was a standards, what's the title? Standard revision, thank you. And so I went to the meetings that were in, part of that role is in meetings in 2019 at the AASC. Now at that time, our supervisor educator group, so that was Margaret and Philip and Zinnia as a practice chair and Kathy Marshall-Spate, I think. They had written a proposal. So before that time, we had our competencies. We also used scales for measuring competencies, and we had a very simple scale of 1 to 5, sort of competent, not competent, and no definitions, but it was a subjective evaluation of where you are in competence on those things. And so those people, Margaret, Philip, Kathy, Zinnia, did I forget anybody else? Had developed a 7-point Alberta scale. Surely it's built on some of the work on Dreyfus scale and just how other professions are assessing competency. And so that was presented, we were going to pilot it. And I remember so clearly coming out of we had conversations, it was presented, and people around the table said, this is good. This is more helpful than what we have. And so while we were presenting a pilot, it got adopted nationally. And I came out of the meeting and I phoned Margaret. And I said, what's happening? I'm new, I'm trying to figure out the landscape. And the scale that was developed in Alberta was adopted nationally for assessing. And we didn't fully know we were just going to try it and figure out what are the strengths, challenges, and move it forward. It got adopted, and we started using it as a 7-point scale with some definitions. The challenge of that process is understanding the meaning and the language, and so over the next couple of years, ESC sort of tried to, and questions about when is somebody on that scale ready for competent entry-level practice. And so those questions emerged, I think, within our group, within educators across Canada. But it started with the work in the Alberta scale. And we've continued to discuss that at the ESC level, but also in the subcommittee when I work with Simon on curriculum development. What does it mean? Questions. Every time we open up something, we have another question, and it's a very dynamic conversation. But when is someone ready to start working and moving from a learner into a practitioner, but you are also still always learning competence. Competence is never a finish point, it's continuing to practice and working with the competencies. And there's that integrative element that is really unique to us. We do things, but we also use ourselves and we integrate lots of pieces of information when we're engaging with people. And so this was a good thing, but there were still some questions, still some sort of, what does it mean to be competent? Is it proficient? And so we have sort of worked with that. And then as we've worked, Simon and myself, and a couple other folks from across the country in this sort of small group conversation, Margaret started with us in that group, but also worked on publishing on a scale. I think that's really important to name, and publishing it in your book. Now the name's gone right off my... Thick listening and thin moments. I do know that. So that the work that was developed originally has been published. We're continuing to work with it. But what we sort of discovered is that it speaks to I'll say the cradle to the grave, right? Like when you're a first basic student and you're just starting, you're learning about what it's to be in that profession. But the scale reflects going to not only entry-level practice, but developing more competence, more specialization. So within our organization, we have work that's being done by Christine Enfield and her team, Alberta Connection, right, on palliative care competencies. And so how does that fit into the picture of developing the basic competencies, developing being recognized for specialty competencies? And I will say both of those competency things are linked to a common root of Dan Cooper did in 2008, 2010, all of it. So there's a lot of long history here. But one of the things we've been talking about is a scale. And so Simon and I, and the group, we've worked on, we suggested that we needed a scale for the learning component. How do we articulate what it means to learn competency in that entry level, sort of getting it and then moving towards being ready for entry level practice? And so we we've developed that, we've presented it to the National Commission in April, and Simon and I did a co-presentation, got more feedback on that. And so it sounds like another scale, but it's really an articulation of the learning process and the developmental marks that we need to be clear as educators and for students what it is that we're sort of seeking to achieve, and the ways in which you can communicate it so I understand it as an educator and a student. So that scale has been worked on and developed, but we've not quite launched it yet, but it's in part of the conversations we're having with St. Stephen's. It's a tool that is going to, I think, really help people say developmentally, where do I need to be? What are the kinds of things that, not only just the competencies, but how am I applying those through my own personhood in my own practice? So that's a long, story, but it gives some history that Alberta has been very involved in talking about curriculum development, assessment, different people making contributions. One of the things that, the other thing I want to say, so that's the new educational scale. I'm not going to tell you lots about it because it still needs to be worked on, thank you. And Simon has already spoken about the meeting he had yesterday with academic partners. One of the things that we have really emphasized, at least at CDOG and level, which is the subcommittee of the ESE, is that we need to have more collaborative conversations. We can't, as an organization, just sort of say, this is what I think is good in terms of what you should have to do this work. We have some documents. Some of you will have applied to the academic assessment process, and you have to have certain courses. We could change that framework and say, oh, you got to have this course or that course. But it doesn't make sense for us to do that in isolation. We need to have conversations with the partners that are giving education so that we have what I would say a framework that, so when someone in Toronto or someone here does a certain number of courses, it has flexibility, but it creates enough of a core content to allow you to begin to integrate theory and practice. And so, for a long time at the commission, we've talked about we need to revise these forms, and we keep putting it off because we need to work through a due process of having conversation with academic partners. And so that work is really just, with Simon's role, picking up. And so we've envisioned this, but we're now working at operationalizing it. And now I could give more information, more slides, but it's about a due process. And part of my challenge is, okay, I want to be farther along in what this is and finally have, but the pieces are coming, revising the competencies, educational scale, and work that was been used before. Like, it's all building together. It's not separate. It's pieces that need to be implemented and developed. And so that's kind of where we're at, and we're working. I would name one more thing. One of the things that happened in 2019 or 20 is that we took the certification part out of the Education Commission and moved it to the professional practice. And it's really something that needs to be, and when we talked about that, we lamented that in the ESC because we need to educate to that point, but we also need to be assessed by someone different at that point. And so we need to have that collaborative piece. And so all of this work continues to go back and forth. And in the last few months, so starting in April, we made a commitment to work more collaboratively on some of those communications so that we're lined up. And then in the last couple of months, we don't do a lot over the summer. So as the summer has come, we're doing more of that piece. Those are the two pieces that I want to sort of share and link in terms of stories and how we're engaged in some of those. I'm sure there's more pieces I could add, but I'm got to give the mic up to that. And we want to hear more.
I'll just flip the slide here.
Okay. So thank you.
Yep. And if we could get the next slide, please.
So my friends, after all that great work from Simon and from Brent, I think, I don't know what I have to add. I'm certainly not as well spoken, my friends, but we'll get the work done. Professional Practice Commission. Our role in this national commission is to bring together some sense of national standards for our professional practice. So we've got great work going on here. and they're sorting out how you as a student are going to continue to evolve and what those competencies are in order to get to where you need to be in order to practice. Right? Excellent. Now we're at the practice point. Okay? Our standards of practice. You've heard me say this a couple of times at least. Our standards of practice is certification. That's the practice standard. Okay? And I encourage all of you to do that work, to come to that place of accomplishment by putting in that work that says, you know what, I can do what I need to do, to gather the paperwork to show that I am the professional that I am and that I can be and that I can continue to grow into. There's all that little paperwork stuff up front. Yeah, you gotta prove you got your degree and that people believe in you, right? And all that good stuff, right? We do it every year when we need to do this work. Then you got some papers to do, an integrated paper. Tell your own story about why you do the work that you do. Stand and believe in who you are and share that. And there's a case study. Okay, so show us what you did. Tell us what you did in these little papers. Perfect. What has been added to this process is that now we want to hear that from you. So it's kind of like a verbatim. You give us now a little synopsis, made up, real, I don't know, right? I don't know about you, but I look pretty good on paper. But you put me in reality, I got to show who I am. I got to show up, right? I can't hit the delete button. I got to show up. So you're going to show up into this sort of live process where you give us a little synopsis, we bring in another person, and you do that kind of role play, like in real time, like when you step into a room or you step into wherever. You think you might have a sense of what's going on, you might be able to read the room, but until you get through it, you don't really know what you've done or how it worked out. We need to assess that. Do you know what you know? Can you stand in your own light? Can you admit to where those places are that aren't so shiny or where you went wrong? Can you actually do that charting? Because we're going to have you do a little charting on that as well. And we continue on with that certification process. So in my written report, I had noted that at the end of December this year, the current process will stop. And the new process, well, live September 1st, this one where you have this live encounter, was going to, the live encounter begins September 1, and we will continue that forward with a bit of a reevaluation. Let's see how it works out. It should work out by the end of March. But also continuing to the end of March will be the current process. So we're going to run two processes here because we got a little feedback that people were a little wiggly. I like wiggly. People were a little wiggly about actually having to do their care in the moment around their peers. There's a lot of stuff in that, isn't there? I'll leave that with the educators, right? Okay. But that's the process that we have in place that brings you to that professional standard of certification. Okay? All this information is in the manual, chapter 4. I'm not going to read it out to you. You people all know how to read. Adult learners, you can do that. Okay? Once you're certified, there's a 5-year review period, every 5 years. And so for people that don't know this, and then some of you sitting in this room, I've emailed and said, oh, by the way, your review is up. This review process is that process that says that you still know what you're doing, that you're committed to being adult learners and continuing to be professional in who you are in the situation, you're in the clinical situation that you're in that team environment that you're in. And you have a peer support person to work with you on that. And you've shown us by paperwork that you are committed to 50 hours of professional and personal growth each year, which includes research. There, get my research in, right? And then we come together for a collegial conversation, and we say, hey, how's it going? You know those goals that you set out in that certification or your last peer review? How'd they go? Did they work out? Tell us as a professional in a collegial environment. Did it work? Didn't it work? And we are there as that certification panel or group to kind of go back and hold you accountable and go, you didn't demonstrate some of these things you thought you were going to. Can you just tell me about that? Right? I want strong people near me to help me understand my own practice. And that comes in that certification process, which is an evaluative process. We don't need to be afraid of being evaluated, because in that is the growth and the affirmation of who you are and why you do the work that you do and why it's important to you and why you can step into that environment. The peer review is the same thing. How are you going forward with this, right? Educators are peer reviewed. Certified professionals are peer reviewed. It all works out like that, okay? I'm not sure if there's anything else I can ask before I add before I kind of go to conversation or questions around peer review and certification. Is there anything I've missed, gentlemen? You are wiser than I at the moment. Now's your moment. Yes. Certainly the steps are simple in the sense that they follow along with the last process. You do your papers. We spend time with you with your papers. You do the live encounter. We talk about it. The people who are part of your certification process will then talk to you about, did it work, didn't it work? Oh, we need to go back and to reevaluate. You're not quite ready, or absolutely you're ready to do this work. To break it down in a little more detail, you gather your papers. You send them in, we make sure we get those all checked off. Then that certification chair says, oh, you're ready? You say you're ready, your papers are ready, your mentor says you're ready. Then push the big button, as I was saying to somebody today, push that big button and say yes. I don't know, but just as a side, I don't know, those of you who have ever bought a house or ever had kids, did you ever think you were ready? I didn't. You just kind of take that leap of faith. You stand in who you are and what you know and you do it, right? Your papers are submitted to that certification committee. We read through them, we go over it individually and together, and these are people from across the country. At one point, there were people within your own region, and I am so glad that they are across the country now. Boy, I have met some beautiful and wonderful and highly talented people. And we come together and we say, okay, here you go, here's your papers. We're going to do a live encounter. You've submitted that. We're going to set that up. This takes some time, people, right? And we go ahead and we enter into that process of certification. If that doesn't work out for you, that certification conversation, that live encounter doesn't work, there's a time set aside to just kind of hold. Okay, we need some rethinking, some retooling, some more learning, some greater self-reflection, and you come back into that. And you go through the process again. Okay? So all we've done is add that live piece. So both processes are in place. You can go with the live encounter or not the live encounter. Recommendation that by the end of December of this year, you have your papers submitted so that you can be awarded your certification in April at the AASC Conference. Okay. I'm not sure we're up for questions, but I'm keep going. Go to the panel. Okay, so I'll just hold with that. I highly encourage you, do that work on that certification. There's many good feelings in life, and I know for me, that was one of them. I did it. I have to say there were moments when I wondered, but I did it. And from that have come different opportunities because I am certified. Again, that's the practice standard. And encouraging you to continue your 50 hours, once you're certified, your 50 hours of professional and personal work to continue to be who you are. Okay?
I feel like I need to take a deep breath. We've conveyed quite a lot of information here, and there's some distinctions between what we've conveyed. Heather, were you going to kind of moderate the conversation here a little bit, or?
I'm happy to do so. I do think that you three can also just moderate the questions that come.
Okay.
What do you prefer?
I said only if there's a fight.
Only if there's a fight. Okay.
Do I look like a bouncer? I don't know.
Okay.
But maybe take the mic off.
Yeah.
So you guys can,
Yeah.
people can come forward with questions to that microphone. And yeah.
It's either clear as mud or we're ready to take.
I think as we were talking about how the conversation might go, from a national perspective, I would be very interested to hear what are some of the questions, concerns, challenges that are uppermost in your mind arising out of this region that each of us might be able to respond to.
Well, thanks, you three. It's been very important to hear what you have to say and what's happening nationally and the changes that are coming. But Tracy, I need to address you specifically about certification. You're talking about a live encounter. What is that?
Oh,
I think a lot of people here would like to know because they're in the process.
certainly. Thank you. I can be more clear about that.
Thanks.
Thank you. And this is what's helpful about conversations is because it's clear in my head, right? Goes clear in my head. So a live encounter, that being, Bob, if I may just use you as a small example, just because Bob's sitting in front of me. So as part of that certification process, in this live encounter, he would submit to the certification panel about a 500-word sort of outline of what a spiritual care environment might look like, a visit, a scenario, thank you, a client encounter, whatever that is, that's within your own practice area, right? You're kind of giving us a little bit of an outline, right? I come from a hospital environment, I'm gonna refer back to that language. What's in the patient's room, tell me what I need to know about this patient, et cetera, et cetera. Set the scene. Set the scene. And then in that, there can be a few words around, why you were called to that room, right? Was it another professional that asked you to stop in? Was it something that you knew that you needed to do? Was it a family member? What got you into that place? And then Bob would be the spiritual care person. And if I was part of that panel, I would also then, perhaps as an example, bring in someone else, maybe like Simon, and say, okay, Simon, here you go. Here's the scenario. Play it out. Role play. Thank you. Thank you. Role play it. And, we got 20 minutes or so, or half an hour, or whatever that takes. Maybe that all wraps up in 10 minutes, right? I don't know about you, but my encounters, my time with patients has been anywhere from short to longer. We, of course, will have a timeline on that because it needs to be manageable, right? Okay? That's what it is. You come in, you work it out, you role play the event. Simon leaves because Simon was only there to play along, right? Simon leaves and we're in a virtual environment. And then we're going to ask you to chart. What's your chart? Write your chart note, right? Charting, one of those competencies, right? Charting. Write out what's your chart note. What is it? And then we'll take a look at it as a panel, as a certification group, right? Did you convey what you needed to convey? Did you do the work that you needed to do? And then we're also going to ask you what worked, what didn't work, right? Yeah, I'm gonna ask Bob. Okay, Bob, how'd that go? Well, I should have done this. I could have done that. I stood strong in here, right? Can you own your good spots too, right? And then we wrap that up, and that's evaluated. Yeah, makes some sense. Did that answer for you?
So yes and no.
Okay.
So does that take place at the consultation itself?
Yes, it takes place in the consultation
So we
itself.
have the applicant and their person and the certification chair.
So the certification chair
Yeah.
and another certification person will be there, plus the applicant, right? And then we bring in someone, right? It has to be not part of that process.
Right.
Has to be sort of clear-headed. Simon, I'm going to come back and use Simon.
Yeah.
Simon comes in. We give him the scenario. He role plays for 20 minutes or so. We say, thank you very much. Thank you, Simon, very much for your contribution to the life of CASC and in the life of of this person and their certification. See you later.
And then to carry on with the rest of the process, with the papers.
Yes, then
and
we
the
carry
discussion.
on.
And so is this outline that you're asking for, that the scenario is based on, is that separate and apart from the case study?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So the papers are one piece. This live encounter or this role play is another piece. So it's like a two-step process. This also brings us in line with some of our U.S. partners as well that have been doing this for years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you, Tracy. It helps to understand that. But I do have one question, and I'd have to correct it for the people I was sitting with that know, is that spiritual care practitioners, psychospiritual therapists, do they still have to submit a live taped session?
So for spiritual care, that was not ever a thing.
No.
It's now a thing.
It's
We're
now
also
a thing.
now in line, more in line with the psychospiritual therapists. Yeah. I mean, there are obviously differences, but now we're more in line with you.
So, yes, Helen. Well, I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to invite people to contribute and respond to a question that I would like to offer you. But you have a question to offer us, so we are here to receive your offer.
I have two. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. The first one is I find that within our CP program, it's very healthcare based, and I know we're trying to expand out. So now being in the military for 7 years and doing a lot of training and resilience and education with the troops, there's a lot of interest in kind of building a military CP program that I had discussed previously. But my concern was that when I see, say, people from specific institutions like the military go through, and on the board of interview, when there's not a person who would understand the culture and the language, sometimes those people slip through without needing the competencies that are needed in that field. And I had talked to Ron about this, but I don't know what is being done, and I think it needs to be highlighted that if someone, let's take, for example, military, okay? So if a military chaplain goes through CPE, and go through the interview, it would definitely be of great favor for the system to have someone who knows who knows the culture and the competencies that are needed for the military, although CP is a general education. So I guess that's more comments, okay? The second one, recently experienced, and it caused Ron and a few of us quite a headache, is the concern about ethics complaints against supervisors or reviewers. So it's great that we have protection for the students and there's a complaint process. However, sometimes people are afraid to be reviewers because when the student has some of their trauma tapped into, and we talk about trauma-informed care, right? Then it gets triggered and it comes out as an ethics complaint. Then we have to deal with it, and if there's no protection on the other end, or there's a way to catch it, then we will continue to minimize the amount of volunteers that we will get to, volunteer for these review boards. Yeah. So that's what I want to say.
Thanks so much for that, Helen. And I mean, I can't really speak much to the ethical question because I haven't belonged to the National Ethics Commission during my several years in leadership nationally. But I think one of the things that has been discussed from time to time at Education Standards Commission, and I've brought it up with Ron as well, is can there be some standardized training for people who are engaging in these roles, whether it be certification, whether it be competency assessment or whatever else, that can ensure that if for example, a person's trauma is being tapped into within that kind of setting, it can be dealt with adequately, and therefore create the relational space that will enable people to come out of that encounter in a whole sort of way. So I think that standardizing that training might be one step to addressing that concern. But I think that not knowing the scenario that you're speaking to at all, my hope would be that you might be able to have, or whoever might be able to have a meaningful conversation with the National Ethics Chair and raise that as a concern around, well, how do we not only protect the vulnerable people within that encounter, but also the people who are holding the power to a certain extent, who may do something unintentionally.
Mm-hmm. So as a Chinese immigrant, I want to use the term social location that Margaret has helped coin here. So when I had a conversation with Michael, I forgot Michael's last name. Chen?
Can we use positions, please?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, maybe let's use positions rather than people's names. Yeah, for confidentiality.
Okay. Well, he's retired. He's an Asian supervisor that is well versed in the culture. Okay, so because my last unit was in a center that has a large Asian population, what I found was that there are so many different nuances in CPE, and we're pretty North American with our program, that it's really hard to talk about competencies when you're talking to someone who's in their 50s who want to go into working with, say, Chinese patients, right? But who would not align really with the competencies that we have because it is so Western. And as a supervisor, it's really hard to bend around the competencies because there's a certain marking format. So my thinking around this, and I put a lot of thought into what this looked like, that I gave this person a call, this old supervisor a call, to help me with like my own social location and who I am as a teaching supervisor. And one of the things that I want to bring up to suggest is when you're looking at competencies, would it make sense, maybe not right now, but maybe later, to say that what area would you like to specialize in? Because some people don't want to work in acute care. They don't need to chart like acute care, right? And some people just are happy working in long-term care with Chinese patients. And there are growing populations that need care, but we don't have the chaplains to care for them because they're caught up within our framework. Thank you.
That's really helpful clarification, Helen. And do you want to speak to that, Brent, or? I mean, crack the egg, right? What I will say is that one of the things that I'm very interested in my role as Director of Educational Development is allowing students the freedom to pursue their own career goals within the CPE model. And I think that part of that means shifting how we understand the education to be functioning. And I think what you're signaling, what I'm hearing you signal is just how embedded within our Western culture the educational model is. And that may not be appropriate for people who come to us from other parts of the world who are wanting the education. And again, that's kind of the creative tension that we're living with right now, because in a way we're having to standardize and address not only the competencies but also our professional identity, while somehow creating a platform that will embrace numerous different approaches to the care that we provide in different contexts, like the military, in different contexts like prison environments. So what are the cores of our discipline that we don't want to lose, and then how do we recognize a diversity of expression of those of the profession based on a person's cultural background, temperament, and so on and so forth. I don't have an easy answer for that because from my perspective, it's a can of worms that we're just barely beginning to dig into. But I feel like as we are living through this transitional time, this is a can of worms that we are going to have to get to the bottom of within a foreseeable future. So I don't know if that addresses your concern fully, other than to say that yes, my hope is that we can attend to those issues moving forward.
It gives me a chance to sort of think for a minute. And I think the points that you brought up, Helen, are really important. And one of the challenges is that our profession has been very healthcare orientated, even though we've had counselors working and people working in different contexts, military, what we've talked about, military, long-term care, And I think some of it comes down to the assessment process, in that historically we have been fairly subjective orientated in terms of, so if I'm assessing, we set up a panel and we have an interview and you do papers, and the challenge is, who are you going to get on your panel? Are you going to get somebody that's going to be tough, or someone that's going to be, because we don't know what we're, like the visibility of what it is we're trying to assess it's embedded within us, and so we'll recognize it, which is a strength. We don't want someone from 7-Eleven coming and taking our document and assessing. We need people that are practicing, but we need context specific. So I think that's part of what I've heard you say, and we're trying to be mindful of that and yet still try to hold some standard pieces. And so we're trying to move towards how do we both, I will say, use multiple forms of assessment. So we're introducing a role play, which is part of our education. It's a little more intimidating, but it's part of that process. And how do we articulate what it is at the different levels of development from a student and a practitioner? We've sort of got the benchmark document, but we need to be able to integrate the learning methodology, the integrative part. So how do we make it remaining some element of subjectivity and being more sensitive to context? I think as we're growing as a profession and people are wanting to engage us nationally, we're having to wrestle with some of those things, and we need to keep asking the questions and keep trying to, there's no perfect answer, but we're trying to move towards a balance of subjectivity and some more objective delineation, so that people can say, yeah, we can both point to saying, this is where I think the challenge is. So then the learner can learn what I need to do to develop competence. It's not as ambiguous, hopefully, but it's still an element of like that. And much of the work that we do is on a volunteer basis, so it takes time. It's helpful to have someone in a role to sort of facilitate those conversations, even though it's only one day a week.
I think you touched on this, Brent, which is a challenge that I think we're persistently up against as an organization, in that the bulk of our workforce that we have to engage and reflect on these very complicated questions is a volunteer workforce. And I think that just looking at the complexities of what we are facing as an organization and as a profession, I think there is a desire in the national office to bring on board more paid positions to support the work and to do some of the concrete tasks that are bound up with the engagement with the questions. But just also recognizing that as a volunteer-run organization and as an organization that does not have a large budget at its disposal, there is only so much we can do to move things ahead. And so part of what we're having to do is actively prioritize, well, what are the most urgent issues that we're seeking to address so that we can have a concentrated effort on those while still moving things along in a meaningful way. And so I hear the tension in terms of making the education more accessible and more responsive to diverse contexts and diverse cultural backgrounds among students and among practitioners as well. And in an ideal world, we would be able to engage those challenges and those questions promptly and in a robust sort of way. But I think the reality is that we are in this position where in some ways we're having to work with what we have at this moment, and some of the broader questions that we're needing to engage at this point are taking a somewhat higher priority. Not to say that we're ignoring the other ones, but we are having to focus on some of these other things at this time. Margaret.
I just want to pick up on Helen's question and the effort I think we're all making to translate SPE learning into embodied competence in spiritual care practice and psychospiritual therapy practice. One of the delights in co-authoring the book with Joyce Bellows is I learned a great deal from her. She studied with Dreyfus. So Hubert Dreyfus is one of the theorists that was behind the scale that Brent mentioned. And he's written a piece that's called On the Internet, and it is on the internet. You can download it as a PDF file. He speaks of 7 stages of skills acquisition. And the first stage is the how-to. But as people grow in the stages in CPE learning, it gets more and more, we become more and more competent in practicing the competencies. And by the time you reach Dreyfus's 5th stage, you're at a level of expert. And that would be where we should be ready for certification. He has 6 and 7, and 6 is what he calls mastery or acquiring mastery. A lot of people don't like that word, but the subtitle that Joyce has kind of shared with me is personal style. Now, I think as we practice spiritual care, we develop a personal style. And that personal style is going to be embodied. We're going to walk with that personal style, whether we're at an acute care healthcare situation, in the military, in prison, in a long-term care. And many of us as practitioners in this room have made those translations from acute care to palliative care to long-term care. And you are who you are, and you are this person in this role. And I think that's part of the development of what mastery means or what personal style means. His 7th stage is what he calls cultural style. Okay. And I think this speaks to what Helen, I don't know what you were speaking to exactly because it's in your mind, but this is how I heard what you were speaking to, is that it's like and it speaks to what Scott said this morning. If we want to communicate well with people that are different than who we are, culturally, gender-wise, LGBTQ, 2S-wise, all the differences, we have to talk to people who are different, right? And so, like, and I'm not pushing our book. I did reread it over the summer, and I kind of liked it more after I reread it. I was really tired of it by the time it came out. But in that book, in chapter 8, we look at Dreyfus's, like Dreyfus didn't write to spiritual care, but what we did was take Dreyfus's stages of skills development and relate them to spiritual care, right? And that seventh section, the cultural style, I co-authored with a man who was here in Alberta as he's from South Korea, and he was a provisional supervisor. He was a supervisor in where he had achieved his certification. By the time he came to Canada, he ended up having to go back to being a provisional supervisor, which says something about our standards in terms of a different worldview, etc. But I really felt enriched by my conversations with him, both when I worked with him here in Alberta and also in co-authoring this section. And he had some wonderful, like he is so passionate about CPE in South Korea, and he had some wonderful ideas about how do we communicate with supervisors in other parts of the world that have different languages and so on. And that would be an exciting thing, an adventure, especially with the serendipitous development of Zoom, that we could actually connect with supervisors, like they're developing some CPE programs that are run in the Philippines, South Korea, Australia, all one unit, like what we're doing here in Alberta with placing people at different locations. They're doing that with having students in different countries, right? And the supervisors, if a supervisor is bilingual in, say, South Korean and English or in another language, then they can supervise bilingually, or they can have translators. Again, confidentiality is an issue, and they have to factor in that important piece. But they can supervise across different cultures, because we really are, the issue you bring up, Helen, which is so rich, and to me, it's a major learning edge for me. I feel very stupid interculturally, and I just know I need to be a learner there and not have a whole lot of opinions. But it's that sense of being able to recognize another worldview and respect it and open to it and try to discover it and learn from the expert in the other worldview or a different worldview. So anyway, if all you read is chapter 8, it takes Dreyfus and it applies it to spiritual care. And this issue of cultural style, I think, is something that we can grow in, and to tap into some other expertise in other parts of the world would be absolutely exciting.
I'm hearing in that just the invitation to consider our own locatedness when it comes to our own approach to even understanding spirituality at some fundamental levels, because most of us have been formed in Western contexts, and the implied spirituality that we acquire through CPE is a particular brand of spirituality. And part of the question is, how do we enter into a space that creates the possibility of encounter out of which translation can emerge? And if I'm hearing you correctly, Margaret, and if I'm also hearing you correctly, Helen, it's a question of relativizing our own position, saying that we don't have a corner on the market when it comes to spirituality. And in many ways, it's an extension of the clinical skills that we have to level the playing field and to hear the voice of the other in their own terms. So I don't know if that, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to add one last comment, is that I'm very encouraged today to see that there are a lot more diversity in our student population. So I want to say kudos to the supervisors and the CP program. When I was teaching in Vancouver, one thing that I noticed when I especially with the Asian population, is they sometimes they struggle on their English. They're still translating, right? Like those of you who know a second language, you understand, right? You grow up with one language, and sometimes you still are stuck on words, and you're translating in your mind what is English, and then before you speak it out. So I found that when I did IS, I would say, if you feel more comfortable speaking in Chinese, that's okay too. And what I learned, it was more experiment for me, okay?
It's bilingual.
Yes, and what I learned is that when they speak in Chinese to me, it came out so much smoother. When I asked them to tell me about an intervention, it was so much more right than when they had to write a verbatim and say it in a group in IS, in English, right? So we, as a profession, I'm really encouraged to see that we are open up to, to the social location, and we are accepting more diversity. But I encourage our supervisors also to encourage people to go beyond their education, because the people up in CASC, we're still very much Western in our perspective, right?
Absolutely.
And when I was stuck in my education process, everyone I turned to, like, they have a lot of wisdom to tap into. But I had to find someone who would understand what I'm going through as a supervisor. And that's why I went to the person that I went to, because he was able to also see from my social location. Yeah. So thank you.
Tracy, Brent? Yeah, I just wanted to say in response to that, Helen, that that I think the kind of humility that you're inviting us into as an organization is something that we are having to attend to more and more and more, in part because I would say nationally there is a growing understanding that in many cases we've been quite inward looking as an organization, and that has created a bit of a buffer zone or a sense of being sheltered from a lot of the things that have been changing around us. And now we're in this scenario where regulation is introducing new realities that we don't know entirely how to engage. Educational requirements are changing in ways that we don't entirely know how to engage. The culture around us has changed drastically when it comes to religion and spirituality, insofar as the fastest growing religious group in Canada is those with no religious affiliation. And so then how do we engage that from a professional standpoint? And I think the invitation to listen deeply, to reflect deeply, and to relativize our own position when it comes to many of these matters is going to point us in the direction forward that we need to go, because unless we're listening and engaging at that deep level, we're not going to be able to respond adequately. Yeah. Yeah, take-home messages. Yeah. If we can have the last slide, please. Oh, okay. Who's getting takeaway tonight? What I want to, maybe I'll just speak to this because we are running out of time. What I want to reiterate is what I articulated at the beginning of this presentation, is that Alberta is not alone in standing in the difficult position that you are when it comes to regulation and the questions around professional identity. As I said, I think these are themes that are emerging nationally that we are attending to as a national organization, and we are striving really hard to embody the kind of humility that we need to address these questions in a really sustained sort of way. What I would invite us to consider collectively is the question of what needs to remain consistent in the midst of drastic change. I'm a firm believer that when we are engaging our lives in time, when we are engaging our spiritualities in time, We are living through the tension of consistency and change. If life gets too consistent, it gets boring, but if there's too much change, we can experience overwhelm or trauma. And so finding the right balance between consistency and change is a key self-care practice, I think. But it's also a crucial assessment tool when I'm assessing a client. To what extent have they been living through overwhelming change? Or to what extent have things been so consistent for them that they're experiencing asadia or boredom or depression or whatever? So as a profession, as a branch of the national organization that is living in a difficult scenario, I would invite you to consider, both individually and collectively, what is it that you need to remain consistent for you to live through this time of drastic change, and how can you use that foundation of consistency to engage the change creatively? The other thing that I want to say is that the board, the national office, and the national leadership on the commissions are all working on your behalf to respond effectively to all the questions that we are living through at this time. We have a lot of hard work ahead of us, and I think that we do have a sense of a growing sense of urgency to engage the work in a fairly significant sort of way. Again, within the constraints of the reality that we are a volunteer-run organization for a large part. But I think that one of the things that I feel most hopeful about in my role in the national office is that now I have the paid time available to me to engage in some of the work and to complete some of the tasks that are outstanding for us. So that gives me a bit of hope, but I hope that you can also take away that we are addressing these questions seriously, and we do want to produce results on behalf of the organization as a whole. So again, I want to thank you for inviting me to be among you today. It's been an honor, and I wish this region all the best as you move through this time of change and transition.
All right. We are in the home stretch. But first, one more important thing. Cheesecake. So we have half an hour left. I invite you to hang in with us for half an hour yet. We'll get you on the road. My plan is 3:30. But we do have one more refreshment break, and I think this would be a good time just to take a break from all the intensity. There's cheesecake, there's chips, there are still many beverages. That blue cooler still has lots. You can also take something and think, okay, I'm going to take something for the road as well, because as Marja said, she doesn't want to take it all home. So please, let's take a 10-minute break. Or come back. Let's reconvene at 10 after, and wake up a little, move around. Yes, Tracy.
Also offer Brent, wherever he is. Brent and I are also available for conversation and
Okay.
questions before everybody goes home.
Sure, Brent and...
I need to take off fairly soon
Okay.
because I am leaving on a plane. I need to be at the airport in Edmonton at 5:30.
Ooh.
If you want to catch me for a brief conversation, feel free.
Okay, so our panel people are available for conversation, but feel free to just eat cheesecake. I invite you to return to your seats. That way we can finish up, and those people who need to leave can leave. And if you want to stay and chat, we can certainly create space for that. So I'm going to invite Tracy up for our last door prize, which is the draw. Our numbers look like they're getting a little thinner, but on a positive note, that means your odds increase.
Ooh, looks a little thin. Okay, so kind of like I said in the beginning, you have to be present for our little gift. Are we all ready? Good, because I have no more questions. Oh, my name's not in. My name's not in it, so. Okay. I don't know how long to choose. Here we go. Okay. And it says Dean. I don't believe Dean's here.
Maybe he's in the bathroom. Quarter after. Move on.
Moving on. Yeah. He did have a drive. He did have a drive back to Drumheller, so he may have slipped out. Okay. What's that? Got to be in the room, right? Okay. Here's another one.
Bobby missed your name.
No. Yeah, Brent said you got to be in the room, so we're following Brent. Yeah. So the first one was Dean, and the second one is Brent. No, it's for you.
You called it forth. I watched her. She didn't cheat. Thank you, Tracy, for all your work on and bringing play to our day. At this time, I'm going to ask the question, this is what we call the time of honoring, and it's the time where if you are aware of a member of AASC or a spiritual healthcare person or chaplain has passed away in the past recent year that we need to remember and honor, I invite you to let us know about that now. Karen.
Some of you may know Lesha Kiska. She passed away from pancreatic cancer this year.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, Margaret. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
And Linda Neufeld worked at the Camrose for a number of years and then was over at the Royal Alec. Passed away in Winnipeg about a week and a bit ago. Yeah.
Thank you, Margaret. Anyone else? Okay. At this time, I would like to invite our new board for the upcoming 2024-25 year to come forward. This is the time where we do the commissioning, and it's a reflective reading. So please come forward, board. We sure hope you know who you are, or we're really in trouble. So I'm going to invite Susan and James, Brent, Bob, Tracy, Darlene. Kathy's not here, Lee's not here. Derek, I believe, is online. And Nancy and Jesse and Jonathan to all come forward. Just join me up here. On the screen is the reflective reading. We might have to pivot our heads a little, but that's okay. So each year, members of our association step forward to assume roles of leadership, freely sharing of their gifts and their time. They commit to the promotion of quality education, the certification and support of professionals in pastoral counseling and spiritual care, and they advocate for our profession. Today, we recognize those individuals and trust they will know the satisfaction of work well done. And so we have the board standing here. And so I say thank you for your service, and may you know that the Alberta Association for Spiritual Care has been made stronger because of your dedication and service. Please accept gratitude for all of our work. And I invite you to read up on the screen when it shows up. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. No, next slide. Next. Next slide, please. Okay. Yes, and I think this is actually the old one, but we'll go with it. This is the old commissioning one, but that's okay. Let's just go ahead with it.
I can't.
Thank you.
Okay. So, to our new board members, will you, the members present, support the leadership in these elected officers and members of the Board of AASC? This is to you.
We will.
And do you give your support and trust to these officers and to the work they are about to undertake for our association? You have generously accepted the call to serve in this association. May your many and varied talents be a source of inspiration, life, and wisdom to us as you strive to fulfill the promises you have made today, each and every one of you. May you find the strength and confidence to lead our association into the future. May we, all of us, encourage and support you during your time in office through our thoughts, prayers, and intentions. And may this be a time of personal growth and fulfillment for each one of you. And so everyone together, we, the society members, recognize and affirm you in your elected office. Go and serve with commitment and enthusiasm. Is there another slide back there, up there? That's the last one? Okay, thank you everyone, congratulations. Oh.
Picture.
Because I'm not part of this.
Be in the picture.
No.
Do you want us to come forward?
All right, look enthusiastic, guys. Come on.
Enthusiastic.
Enthusiastic.
Where are you going? We're going more this way?
I don't know.
Ready? 1,
We're leaning to the right.
3. Nice.
Thank you. Sorry for the confusion. There were 2 different versions floating around, but that's okay. This was a great version, and thank you for stepping in there, Nancy. As we close up our day, I just want to end with a reflection, and then we will finish up. Thanks to good old Facebook, this came across my feed. And the title of it is called What's in Your Cup? You are holding a cup of coffee when someone comes along and bumps into you or shakes your arm, making you spill coffee everywhere. Why did you spill the coffee? Because somebody bumped into me. Wrong answer. You spilled the coffee because there was coffee in your cup. Had there been tea in your cup, you would have spilled tea. Whatever is inside the cup will spill out. Therefore, when life comes along and shakes you, which will happen, whatever is inside you will come out. So we have to ask ourselves, what's in my cup? When life gets tough, what spills over? Joy, gratitude, peace, humility, anger, bitterness, victim mentality, or quitting tendencies? Life provides you the cup. You choose how to fill it. So I want to say what a rich day this has been with our community, both in person and online. My heart is full of gratitude for your presence today, for our guest speakers, for our broader community. The uncertain future of the profession of spiritual care is a truth we hold. How we hold this vulnerable truth reflects what's in our cup. I often talk to my patients, whether they're inpatients or my counseling patients, that the truths and the realities in front of us are messy and are not meant to be reconciled with each other. The challenge is to honor each truth as having a voice worth listening to. As we name our vulnerability, we also lean into our authenticity. We do feel vulnerable, anxious, and maybe a little protective of our profession as we navigate these waters of ACTA and CAP and all these changes that were talked about this afternoon. And we lean into our resilient spirit. We are courageous people who are all too familiar with bravely entering into situations that are filled with pain, trauma, loss, hope, joy, fear, confusion. Not only do we show up, we companion, we journey with. My hope and vision for the year ahead is that we will journey together into the unknown while holding on to the truths we do know. We are stronger together, and the journey is less scary, lonely, or discouraging with good people on the journey with us. Let's bring the best of who we are to this year. Let's be playful, courageous, compassionate, and hopeful. Blessed be. Thank you for your presence today. In closing, I know some of you do have to get going, and please take off if you need to. If you can spare a bit of time, we do need to put a few chairs back. We need to do a bit of tidying up. Marge, I think, would want me to invite you again to take things on your way out. And so please do so. And I wish you traveling mercies on your way home. Thank you. Oh, yes, that was my last item. Thank you. We moved to adjourn. Seconded, third, fourth. Awesome. Thank you, Nancy. Man, we'd never have gotten out of here. We'd have to come back.